Jimenez. Perales.
Here.
Cohen. Roscoe.
Here.
Davis.
Here.
Esparza.
Here.
Arenas.
Here.
Foley.
Here.
Mahan.
Here.
Jones.
Present.
Liccardo.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Tony. At this time, I want to welcome everyone to the meeting for January 11th, 2022. Of course, because of what we're seeing now with Omicron and its spread, we're gone back to completely remote until we otherwise announce. We'll continue to be remote to ensure that we can all stay safe and everyone can participate fully. This time I ask if you're comfortable doing so, please stand and join us for a pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and
and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
under
under
God,
God, indivisible,
indivisible, with liberty and justice
for all.
for all. Thank you. All right, today we are honored to have an invitation by Senior Pastor Jason Reynolds, who is the Senior Pastor at Emmanuel Baptist Church and has been a wonderful community champion and so many important issues of equity and community. We're grateful to have him with us. Vice Mayor Jones will tell us more.
Thank you, Mayor. And it's my honor and privilege to introduce Pastor Reynolds. Pastor Jason C. Reynolds is Senior Pastor of Emmanuel Baptist Church in San Jose. Since 2012, Pastor Reynolds has helped to revitalize the ministry by redeveloping the worship service format, creating new ministry opportunities, engaging young families, and successfully renovating the worship center. He is a community leader and activist at heart, and he continues to make a difference for our residents and city. He has contributed tremendously his efforts to improve relationships between police and communities of color, partnering with the San Francisco 49ers and the Police Officers Association from around the country. He is a member of the Community Advisory Board to the Chief of Police in San Jose and has been a community trainer for the San Jose Police Department on procedural justice. He has received multiple awards and recognition for his leadership from a variety of organizations, such as the California State Assembly and the African American Community Service Agency. I am honored to have him provide the invocation for us today. Welcome, Pastor Reynolds.
Thank you to Mayor, Vice Mayor, to all the members of the council and our community at large. It is a great opportunity to open our year up this year with a few thoughts. At the end of 2021, a venerated faith leader by the name of Desmond Tutu passed away. And I think it only befitting to open up this invocation with some of his words as it relates to worldview and what it means to live in community. He states, in our African worldview, we have something called Ubuntu. This expression is very difficult to render in English, but we can translate it by saying, a person is a person through other persons. We need other human beings for us to learn how to be human, for none of us come fully formed into the world. We know not how to talk, to walk, to think, to eat as human beings unless we learn how to do these things from other human beings. For us, the solitary human being is a contradiction in terms. Ubuntu is the essence of being human. It speaks to how humanity is caught up and bound up inextricably in yours. It says, not as Descartes did, I think, therefore I am, but rather, I am because I belong. I need other human beings in order to be human. The completely self-sufficient human being is subhuman. I can only be me if you are fully you. And I am because we are, for we are made for togetherness and for family. We are made for complementarity. We are created for a delicate network of relationships,
Absolutely.
of interdependence with other fellow human beings and the rest of creation. As you all take up much of the work this year, as we deal with pandemic and responses, economics, as we deal with ideas of redistricting and who gets a chance to vote, it is upon this hope that I have that we will think about what does it mean to be human? How do we call others into that belonging? And how can we express that moving forward? Holding that with both kindness and with fairness and with justice. And so I would love to close this moment out with a prayer also penned by Bishop Desmond Tutu. If we can, let us pray. Disturb us, O Lord, when we are all too well pleased with ourselves, when our dreams have become true because we dreamed too little, because we sailed too close to the shore. Disturb us, O Lord, when we have, with abundance of the things that we possess, we have lost our thirst for the water of life. Having fallen in love with time, we have ceased to dream of eternity. And in our efforts to build a new earth, we have allowed our vision of heaven to grow dim. Steer us, O Lord, to dare more boldly, to venture into wider seas where storms show thy mastery. For losing sight of land, we shall find the stars. In the name of him who pushed back the horizon of our hopes and invited the brave to follow. Amen.
Amen. Thank you for your words, Pastor.
Thank you.
And thank you for your work as well. All right, we'll move forward now with the ceremonial items. Councilmember Carrasco would like to recognize and proclaim Human Trafficking Awareness Month. Councilmember?
Thank you so much. And I'm just looking around to see if Ruth Silvertop is here.
I'm promoting her from the public, council
Oh,
member.
wonderful. Thank you so much. Excuse me. Henry, is she on?
I'm on, and Sharon DeNoa is going to be sharing my time as well.
Thank you, Ruth. So sorry. Excuse me. Omnicron is all too real, by the way. Well, thank you so much. It's my honor to have Ruth and Sharon here. I know that they just had a great convening of sorry, of the this slavery and to end slavery and human trafficking convening with a lot of great partners and participants to bring awareness. January marks National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month, which is recognized around the country to promote awareness for the nearly 25 million people that are modernly enslaved around the world. This according to the State Department. Let me just get on video here. This according to the State Department. This month's origins derive from President Abe Lincoln's 1863 Emancipation Proclamation that freed 3 million people from lifelong enslavement just less than 2 centuries ago. January was formally dedicated towards this promise of freedom in 2010 and was then closely followed by a number of national legislative acts with a core mission of ending trafficking once and for all. While this is indicative of progress, it's too easy to believe that the days of slavery are long gone. This is an issue that still exists today, and it's just under a veil of secrecy. Our own Bay Area is a hub that has the most trafficked individuals in the state of California as reported by the San Francisco Gate just in 2017. Young adults and children are especially at risk, particularly for sexual exploitation, and COVID-19 has only exacerbated this issue. Human rights organizations have found that cases nearly doubled due to increasing reliance on internet platforms which lure people in. As a city, we can remain vigilant and protect our residents. We can keep an eye out for unusual behaviors, including antisocial behavior or signs of physical abuse, which is very common in our victims. Be conscious of our surroundings in public spaces, and of course, report suspicious activity to authorities. It's an all hands on deck as we continue to advocate for the freeing of the countless men, women, and children around the world who live under the modern day slavery that is human trafficking. That's why, with great honor, that I present this proclamation to Ruth and to Sharon, who is the Legal Services Chair of the South Bay Coalition to End Human Trafficking. Since 2005, the South Bay Coalition to End Human Trafficking has coordinated the collaboration efforts among law enforcement, human trafficking victims services agencies, and the U.S. Attorney's Office to identify and rescue victims of trafficking in persons and successfully prosecute traffickers. This means holding them accountable. This wonderful organization is victim-centered and has been able to support them through their healing process. They have worked together to coordinate resources, to strengthen local capacity to respond to human trafficking, and to provide professional training and education. For more information on how to prevent trafficking, report suspicious activity, or support survivors, please contact local and federal trafficking authorities at 408-918-4960 or 1-888-373-7888, or our nearby organizations like the wonderful South Bay Coalition to End Human Trafficking. And with that, I'm going to pass the mic over to Sharon and to Ruth. Take it away.
Thank you so much for your kind words and introduction and highlighting the dangers of trafficking and the commitment of San Jose City Council. I want to thank you, Councilmember Carrasco, the mayor, vice mayor, and council members for recognizing Human Trafficking Awareness Month and the South Bay Coalition to End Human Trafficking. We're grateful for our collaboration with the City of San Jose and the responsiveness of the City Council to our concerns. The pandemic is exacerbating societal problems that are among the root causes of trafficking. A UN report states that traffickers are adjusting their models to the pandemic and going underground. Economic upheaval and the desperate straits so many find themselves in are conditions where trafficking thrives. Increases in unemployment make people more vulnerable to trafficking and wage theft, and loan sharks promising low interest loans increase the possibility of debt bondage. COVID makes a desperate situation worse. The pandemic has also put a strain on service providers. According to Polaris National Human Trafficking Hotline, the number of crisis trafficking situations increased by more than 40% during the pandemic. That's why we are grateful to the City of San Jose for your support and advocacy on behalf of victims of trafficking, and grateful for this recognition. Sharon DeNoa will now speak about specific collaborations with the city.
I'm Sharon DeNoa, Director of Strategic Development for the Coalition, and I want to thank the city for a long-standing partnership that we really have seen has become very intentional with very direct advocacy. In the past few years, the city has prioritized looking at underreporting sexual assaults and the intersection with trafficking. What we've seen come out of that has been a partnership with San Jose Police Department, Maitri Community Solutions, and Aki to develop a campaign that really speaks to Asian Pacific Islander communities. We have a campaign in 5 languages that's currently in San Jose Airport, so we have partnerships there as well to really raise awareness and let community members know that there shouldn't be shame in coming forward to seek services or to get help, and to encourage folks to help those that they know might be exploited. that's just one of the many examples of different projects that we see, and we really look forward to continued partnership and advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. And thank you to everyone, Sharon, Ruth, and everyone who's been working so hard on this very important issue. Next up, we have one more.
Mayor, I have my hand up.
Oh, forgive me. I'm sorry. Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you. I'm going to make this really quick, but I was honored to be part of the South Bay Coalition to End Trafficking conference today, which the theme is cultivating self-sufficiency in the trafficking movement. And part of their message, which really struck me and relates to what we do every day as policymakers, and that is to take into account that self-sufficiency is important for our survivors in order to reintegrate into an environment that sustains their livelihood and the livelihood of their children. And so with that, I wanted to make sure that as we're developing and as we're funding policies with our ARP funding and with any other funding that we have available to us, I know that we've done some really great work already with our housing department, who's funded childcare, who's funded some rapid rehousing options for our survivors. We still have to take a look at what we can do to make sure that there is self-sufficiency for these survivors coming out of such terrible, terrible conditions, and have them feel empowered economically. And so with that, I just want to thank Sharon and of course, Ruth, Councilmember Carrasco for bringing this to the forefront, but to all of you as my colleagues and policymakers in our administration, our city manager, who's been just a fierce advocate, our Jennifer McGuire, that we think about this economic development and empowerment for our survivors, as we want to make sure that recovery is meant for all. Thank you.
Thank you. And while you have the floor, Councilmember Arenas, I understand you'd like to present a commendation to Dr. Emmy Flores and the Evergreen School District.
Yes, I do. And I believe Councilmember Esparza, did you want to kick us off?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Arenas. And I think, I don't know if Emmy, Dr. Flores is on here.
Yes, she's on.
She wanted to be bumped up. There, okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to say I'm honored to present this joint commendation with Councilmember Arenas for the Evergreen School District, and also for Superintendent Dr. Emmy Flores, whose steady and committed leadership during a very challenging time for the district has been crucial in supporting our students and our families and the entire Evergreen community. Dr. Flores began her tenure facing the enormous challenge of having to oversee the closure of 2 schools in the school district. She personally oversaw a very inclusive, community-focused process that made this transition as smooth as possible for our students and their families. Her leadership and her direct involvement made this process successful. Her community was clear her commitment to the community was clear then, and she carried that commitment in leading the district's response to the unprecedented crisis caused by COVID. Dr. Flores and the entire Evergreen Elementary School District have led an exemplary response to COVID, taking extraordinary steps to keep students and families healthy, fed, and housed during this pandemic. I've seen this firsthand as the district has been a critical partner with my office, and I know Councilmember Arenas has been very active and involved and has a lot to share as well. But we have had a true partnership in supporting the children and their families during this pandemic. We've partnered on food drives, food distributions, Thanksgiving food drives, on vaccine and rental assistant pop-ups in struggling neighborhoods that have provided critical lifelines for our struggling communities. Beyond this, we have collaborated on enrichment programs with the schools because Dr. Flores and the school district really understand that the children and families' emotional well-being has been critical to getting through this really difficult time. They've been true partners with us in serving the Evergreen community. And I also wanted to add, this has been evident in the many COVID testing and vaccination sites hosted by the district, which are open to the entire community. The testing sites have allowed 500 community members to be tested every day. And I just wanted to add some comments on that is, I know some of these sites have been overwhelmed by need, and I wanted to point out the patience and the grace that you have shown, Dr. Flores, your staff, and the school district during some of these challenging times, seeing testing sites get overwhelmed. I was really touched by the fact that the North Star for Dr. Flores and Evergreen Elementary has always been the children and their families. Thank you. Councilmember Arenas, did you want to go next?
Yes, I did. I couldn't find my mute button. I know where it's at. Happy New Year to everyone. I don't think I said that from the beginning. Thank you, council member. I don't, as far as I'm not sure what else to add, because you said it so eloquently. But I do want to say a couple of things that as I think about Dr. Emmy Flores leaving our area, my heart sinks because you've brought with you a type of leadership that is really worthy of our innovative and kind and generous community. And so I'm always going to be grateful for that. When you came in, you were trying to close, I think, $12 million budget shortfall, which is no small feat. And also trying to accommodate families like myself. You know, my son had his school closed and had to adapt to another school, and then during the pandemic. And so I know that there was a lot of social and emotional needs of parents and students, both alike, as well as teachers and personnel that you had to be responsible for. And so you never really just thought of the students. You thought of the whole family unit that we really form in Evergreen, and I'm really grateful for that. I'm grateful for your willingness to always partner with us. When I said, I asked you, hey, let's bring in some social and emotional workshops through Triple P. You said, absolutely, let's do it. It's always been a yes, and I'm going to miss that. I'm really going to miss that. I'm going to miss the kind of leadership that you bring, the humor that you have. You have a no nonsense type of leadership, and yet it's very compassionate and caring. And I know that people want to work harder because you walk the walk and you walk the talk. And the teachers, administrators, and assistants, custodians, counselors, I don't want to miss anybody, food service teams who were so important last year, community liaisons, all of them work in line with your leadership and your values, and that is having children and their families at the center of this, and being able to achieve equitable outcomes for all. And so I'm really grateful for that. I know that you moving to, I think it's Covina, right? Covina, West Covina Unified School District, to lead them is in line with the values that you have brought to us here in Evergreen, because this is focused on your family. You want to remain close to your family. And so I absolutely appreciate that. It's in line with your professional values and what you've taught us here and what you've implemented here. And so I'm really grateful. I'm grateful for the partnership, and I'm grateful to have gotten to know you. I hope that everything goes well for you. We wish you only the best, only what you gave us, which is the best. So thank you so much, Dr. Emmy Flores. And I now invite you to please say a few words with us.
Yes, so thank you for your kind words. Thank you, Councilmember Esparza and Councilmember Arenas, for your beautiful, kind words. It's been the highlight of my professional experience to serve as superintendent of schools for the Evergreen School District during what I think are probably the 2.5 most challenging years in our educational history. And with that in mind, through the challenges that we have faced, I feel that as a community, we have come closer. We've come together from closing schools. Nobody ever wants to have their schools closed, going through that painful process to then this pandemic and all the challenges that we face with that. For me, it's always been important to always keep the best interests of children as a first priority, and ensuring that we have wonderful partnerships to be able to deliver world-class educational opportunities, but also beyond that, be on a place where we're not just teaching math, writing, and all those things that we have to teach in school, but that we're doing it with heart and loving our kids and our community. This pandemic has challenged all of us and to the core. And for us as a school district, we remain committed to ensuring that our families that their needs are being met. And for us now with this pandemic, it's been beyond the classroom, as our schools have become the centers of everything for our families, and it's given us an opportunity to connect our children and our families during a time of disconnect and finding unique and innovative ways to do so. For me, it's been incredibly important to partner with our community, different partners. And I've got to say that two of my strongest partners have been through the city of San Jose, through our council members, Council Member Arenas, as well as Council Member Esparza. You have given so much to the Evergreen community. I believe that I leave a place where being a partner with universities, with nonprofits, with the city is part of what we do, because there is no way that any school district can educate our children and raise our future by ourselves. So even though that this recognition is for myself and for my school community, I've got to say that our success in the Evergreen School District is due to the fact that we're all working together toward the same goal. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, I am very grateful to you as well for everything that you do each and every day to serve our families and community at large. So thank you for this recognition. I leave San Jose with great memories. I know that it's been a challenging journey, but I feel that along the way, we've had a lot of great success, and we've been able to keep our community together. We come out of this stronger with grit and in the human spirit to continue to work harder toward meeting the goals of our keeping our community safe. So thank you to the city of San Jose for these wonderful 2.5 years. I will take them with me with great pride. And these lessons are definitely going to serve me in my next position as I come closer to my home and serving the community in the West Covina area.
Dr. Flores, thank you so much. Thank you for your service to our children and for your leadership in the community. And good luck to you as you continue to serve in a different community. And we hope someday you'll come back.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, I believe we have a board member, Chris Corpus, as well.
Great.
Wonderful.
Corpus, are you on?
He had denied my request to promote him, but I'll try to give
Whoops.
him permission to speak.
Okay. Thanks, Henry.
Unmute my thing. I don't know. I'm just going to follow all that eloquence with a very brief statement is that we really appreciate Dr. Flores's leadership and again, the partnership with the city of San Jose, especially through Councilwoman Esparza and Councilwoman Arenas. They've both been great to make Evergreen get through this difficult time. So we hope that whoever we find next will be, I know will be just as strong a partner as Dr. Flores was.
If I may add one more thing, is that our school district is a special place where everybody serves, and that starts at the top with our Board of Trustees. So great. I acknowledge their efforts and their support. They've said yes to all my crazy ideas, and just so pleased to have served under their guidance and leadership as well. So thank you, President Corpus, and thank you to the Board of Trustees.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. All right, let's move forward then. We have orders of the day. If there are any changes to the printed agenda, please raise your hand, members of the council. There's an amended item 3.48, excuse me, 3.8, which is the booster mandate. That's to be amended under the orders of the day, which requires 2/3 vote of those council members present. And I believe Councilmember Esparza would like to adjourn the meeting in memory of Sotera Castillo Solis, who passed away at the young age of 101 just this past November. So before we turn to Councilmember Esparza, I just wanted to ask if there were any changes to the printed agenda, and then we will proceed with Councilmember Esparza's tribute. I'm not seeing any hands. I do see. All right, so I'm not seeing any council members. I see a member of the public had been elevated to panelist, Henry Cord. I know he's speaking, I assume, on an item. So I'm happy to go to public comment, Henry, after we complete our tribute. But we'll treat your request as a public comment in just a moment. I don't see any hands from my colleagues. So let's go to Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. Today we adjourn in memory of Sotera Castillo Solis, who was the beloved matriarch of the Solis family and passed away November 30th, 2021 at the age of 101. Sotera was born on April 22nd, 1920 in Nuevo León, Mexico, into a family of educators. As a child, she survived a traumatic illness that left her partially blind. She went on to work in her uncle's maquiladora in Monterrey, where she met her future husband and began a family. Sotera gave birth to 9 children, 6 of whom survived childhood. She immigrated to the United States in 1969 with her family and was a homemaker and beloved abuela, providing babysitting service and lots of love for her 18 grandchildren, 25 great-grandchildren, and 8 great-great-grandchildren. Sotera persevered through many challenges in her life, including breast cancer and heart issues, and was a beacon of light for her whole family and for all those who knew and loved her. She is survived by her children Hilda, Salvador, Aurora, Manuel, Reynaldo, and Jose, and by her many grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and great-great-grandchildren. I also wanted to add that horribly, the family suffered a house break-in last month, and many of the funds that had been collected to cover Sotera's funeral expenses were stolen. I understand that the family has set up a GoFundMe to help cover the costs. The fundraiser is titled "Someone Stole My Grandma's Funeral Funds," organized by Salvador Castillo Solis. And I understand that Salvador and his mother, Aurora Solis Castillo, are here with us virtually and would like to say a few words about Sotera.
Thank you, Councilmember. Salvador, we're going to try to look for you here in the crowd. Here we go. I see a Solis family. There's a hand up. Perhaps we can go to them first. Welcome. Hi, welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, can you see us? No.
We can hear you. We can't see
Okay.
you, unfortunately.
Okay, well, we wanted to thank you very much for the recognition for my grandmother and for the support. from the council, from the mayor, even from the county supervisors as well. We have been able to recover most of the funds already. We do have some detectives working on the case to find out who did it. But we made things work, and it was all with support from the community. So we wanted to say thank you to all our public servants, to our community, and to those family and friends that helped us make an honorable and memorable service for my grandmother this past month.
Thank you. I heard another voice there with you. Which
Yes, that's my mother's here as well, Aurora.
Yes. Would she like to say a few words?
Yes, it is very emotional for me to really speak about my mother because she was a wonderful woman and a fighter and always there for the community, for the family and family friends and neighbors. She always gave a hand to those in need whenever she was able to. And I would also like to thank Council Member Esparza for being here with us on her 100-year-old birthday. I don't know if you remember, Council Member Esparza, you were here celebrating my mother's 100th birthday a couple of years ago. We want to thank you for being here with us, and our neighbors were able to see that you were here celebrating our mother's 100th birthday. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything that has come up with all the problems and situations that have taken place in my mother's funeral services, and the family is very grateful for all those that have put in their prayers and their fundings to be able for us to be able to fulfill the expenses of our mother funeral services. Thank you very much.
I wanted to say that I wanted to tie in what was being said about, the horrible things that are happening with human trafficking, and then the importance of community and education at this time. My grandmother was never, per se a freedom fighter or civil actionist, civil rights activist, but she incorporated all these ideals into our family culture. You do not steal, you help your neighbor, you don't fight for food, you make a decent living by having an honest living. Education is important. You help your neighbor without questions. All these things that kind of make up what we constitute a really good community. She's been doing this since the 1920s. She was born right at the end of the Mexican Civil War. So there was a time when the country was falling apart. So she knew how to rebuild. And we were lucky enough to have had her to teach us these important skills and to have these important attributes within our family culture, and thus trickling into our local community. So we appreciate the support, and we want to say thank you to everyone that supported us.
Thank you. And to you and Aurora, abrazos to your family. Angelita? Your phone appears to be muted right now. So I think you need to unmute.
No, thank you. I rose my hand for the wrong one. I apologize.
Okay. No problem. Okay. All right. Coming back to the council on orders of the day. Again, I did see Henry Cord's hand up. I assume that was to speak as a member of the public on orders of the day.
He's actually for a land use item, Mayor. He'll be speaking much later.
So that was not on orders of the day.
Yes,
okay,
correct.
Very well. All right. Mr. Soto, would you like to speak on orders of the day?
Yes, please, Mayor, and forgive me if I'm out of order, but I'd like to speak to the topic that was just spoken of. Hello? Hello? Am I out of order or not?
There you go.
Hello?
Yeah, there you go. We can hear you now.
Okay, my question is that I, with orders of the day, forgive my ignorance, but I'm trying to use this time to speak to the topic that was just spoken of. Am I out of order if I do that?
No, you can certainly speak to the tribute as well.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Um,
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to extend my sincere condolences and sympathy. I grieve with you. I am also a child that has lost their mother. And I am also been a son that has come here and grieved not only the loss of their mother, but also the loss of what it is that I know that you have lost. And in that connection, yo soy Chicano y Mexicano. I'm a sixth generation Sanjonero. And I don't have the extended history from Mexico south of the Scar. I'm here in Mexico in Califas, and I understand when I was hearing what you were saying, and the way that something was taken, it demonstrates the power of Mexicans when something that tragic can happen. And then we see the response of what Mexicanos do, of what it is that we have been instilled and what has allowed us to survive colonialism, what has allowed us to survive the Mexican Revolution, what has allowed us to survive Junipero Rosera and the colonization and the mission system, that we come from these bloodlines. And that I honor you by honoring us with your family's history and your family's story. I wish that more of them would be told. I talk about my mother every single council meeting that we have, every single one. Elida Soto was an educator. She educated the Mexicanos when they would come here, when the ESL classes first got installed. She
Sorry, I couldn't get my mouse to move over to the mute button. Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. Thank you for allowing public comment at Orders of the Day today. Happy New Year to everyone. It's been a long ceremony, items today, and remembrances. Thank you. I had a quick thought that I hope that in 2022, we can be able to address the concept of at Orders of the Day time that consent calendar items, closed session agendas, and the city manager's report can be a time the mayor, who's ever chairing the meeting, can offer that those items can be available for public comment. It could be a simple statement that will take 5 or 10 seconds, and it'll make something clear for the remainder of the meeting what can be good procedures about good public practices that can allow the public voice for those items. I know you're uncomfortable. It will hurt a certain efficiency to allow public comment for those items, but I think it's important to make it available. And because oftentimes I do want to speak on city manager reports or closed session reports, and that option is not available to myself. So I hope we can work to make it available with just a simple statement at Orders of the Day that those items can be available for public comment. It's a simple statement to be able to make. I hope we can work on it this year of 2022. And hello to everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Victor Vasquez.
Good afternoon. I just want to express our deepest condolences to your family, Aurora. And as you know, we're here to continue to support. So I want to thank also this city council for making time to honor Aurora's family. Thank you.
I'm going to note for the record, we have 200 participants now online, which tells me we're going to have a lot of public comment, and this could be a very long meeting. We're going to need to finish on time. So I'm going to request going forward that we limit public comment to 1 minute. Thank you, Tony.
Okay, Tessa Woodmansey.
Thank you. Well, it's good news that we have 200 people participating. That is good. It's too bad that we cannot see that. Orders of the Day, I'm so happy to see that we are addressing our booster mandate under the Orders of the Day, but specifically that you've gone back to virtual and that we're all doing virtual because it's so much better for the operation of our meetings, that you can see each other and we can, have more access to each other through the virtualization. And but I guess letting us see each other would be important. That's something that we need to put into the record, is who is there, who is participating. So it shouldn't only be the mayor knows that 200 people are watching. And so this is something we need to improve in our virtualization, is the participant list. People can even put their emails in there so we could, understand who's there, so we can connect together virtually. Okay.
Adriana?
Hello, my name is Adriana Garcia, and I am here to ensure that we consider a voting process that is inclusive of our communities, independent of having legal.
I'm sorry, Adriana, we'll be considering that issue later on in the meeting and probably a future meeting. That's not the topic. We're considering only orders of the day. So any public comments should be focused on orders of the day. We'll take up that item when it comes up on the agenda.
Brad?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Just a point of clarification. Is this the point where we can request items on the consent to be pulled for additional discussion?
No, that'll come up shortly.
Thank you.
I could just again announce to all the members of the public, this is not a time to be speaking on any substantive items. This is merely on orders of the day with regard to the procedure moving forward.
Jesus?
Hi, hello, my name is Jesus. I am a community organizer with the PSL. And I just wanted to emphasize the fact that, we're constantly told that we live in a democracy, but the basic tenet of a democracy is to allow its citizens, people that live in the community, to vote, right? And that is not something that,
again, I'm going to repeat the admonition. This is not time to comment on that item. Again, I encourage everybody in the public to please listen before you comment. That item will come up, but this is not the time.
Kim?
Hello, this is Kim Guptill. I raised my hand because you said there were 200 people, but I actually want to speak later on several other items. So shall I lower my hand and then raise it again?
Yes.
Yes, please raise your hand when the item is called. Thank you.
Veronica?
Great. Hi, everyone. Thank you. And I want to thank the council as well for having this open meeting. I do want to remind all the organizers and all the community that 3.4, that's the item that we want to speak when it comes to voting rights. Just wanted to remind everyone 3.4, so we're waiting for that. Thank you.
Veronica.
Back to the council.
Yes, I can tell it's going to be a very long meeting if we're simply trying to get public comment done on orders of the day. All right, let's vote on orders of the day.
Jimenez?
Yes.
Perales?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Roscoe?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Sparza?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Ricardo?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. The closed session report, Nora?
Thank you, Mayor. Today we have a settlement to report out. It involved, I'm sorry, it's the Rosalba Alvarez et al. Case versus the City of San Jose case. It involved an automobile accident, and council approved the settlement that had been agreed to at a mandatory settlement conference with the court of $40,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora. Okay, next up is the consent calendar. If there are items that the council would like to pull from consent, please raise your hand. I'm going to go first. I believe Councilmember Foley would like to pull the redistricting portion of item 2.2, which is the final adoption of ordinances.
Actually, Mayor, I'm not sure if I do want to pull it. I just want to ask a procedural question if I could.
Sure. Why don't you do that?
Okay, I just wanted to ask Nora or the city manager we have tried to create a postcard that we wanted to mail out to our new residents to welcome them. And we've been given all sorts of restrictions. So I just want to ask, how will notification be given to the new areas?
Let me jump in there. We've got a memo that may be out already. If not, it will be out in the next 24 hours. That is actually requesting the city manager carve out some time, some money in the mid-year budget, and because of FPPC regulations, I know you and we are all restricted on the number of constituents we can contact. So we'll have the communication go out by the city manager, and I hope when that item comes up, then perhaps we can talk about what the content of that notification should be, but that will be coming up.
That will be great, because we want to make sure that those we're acquiring into our neighborhoods are welcomed. And I'm really sorry for those that I'm losing. I know Martha O'Connell's on this call, and I really, really hate to lose Colonial Manor. I'm so disappointed, but it is what it is. So I'm not going to pull it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't need to pull it, but I do need to register a no vote on Part C.
Okay. That's Part C of 2.2. Is that correct?
Of 2.2, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Other items to be pulled. Okay, let's go then to members of the public. Tony? This is a comment on the consent calendar, so please confine your comments to consent. Thank you.
Okay, I'm confining it to consent. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. The city clerk changed the documents. She changed the documents. Look at your documents today. It will not say that the public can pull an item. However, last week's agenda, it did. So what the city clerk is doing is they're doctoring the documents a la the Ministry of Truth in George Orwell's 1984. It is the same thing, Licardo. Same thing. The city clerk is forging and doctoring the documents after the meetings in order for those documents to be consistent with what has happened in the meeting. This is criminal because it shows a criminal intention to change what has happened. So when the future tries to examine these documents, it's going to be legit, but you changed it after the meeting. So what went on in the meeting and what is in those documents that Tony's in charge of, it's different. And I can prove it because I have both of them. Either you're going to admit to that or you're going to falsify that. But I need an answer to that right now, today. I need an answer. That's criminal. You're doctoring the documents and I can prove it.
Brad?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. The item I'd like to speak on is item 2.16. So regarding the boards and commissions appointments, I'm employing the City Council to postpone the appointment of the retiree representative to the retirement board. There's too many unanswered questions. Apparently, there's a new procedure, and I'd like to get a clarification by the city attorney on when that was codified. Apparently, the San Jose Retiree Association, Retired Employees Association recommends to the board up to three candidates. I was not notified. I submitted my application to the city clerk. She forwarded to the Retired Employees Association. I did not get the opportunity to interview before the board. I have 12 years experience as a board member and would like the city council to postpone this until we can answer these questions. There's too many improprieties that were involved with this selection. Thank you.
Tessa Woodmansee?
Yeah. Okay, good. Well, yes, 2.2. I mean, we're already accepting the boundaries as designed by the city council after the we had a long community meetings and about what the boundaries would be, and then all of a sudden the council decided these are the boundaries, and we don't even have a chance, it looks like, to even address it. It's being put into our just a consent calendar, and that we're accepting the boundaries, and I'm not happy with the boundaries as they changed under the new council decision making that it needs to be open to the public. So that needs to be changed, that we need to have a public discussion. And what Paul is saying is that, yeah, it's been taken out of the consent calendar, that the public has the right to do that. But we didn't discuss that. It wasn't discussed in a community meeting that we should be able to take that out. You know, it just came out because we've been bringing it up to you guys, and then you take it out. But really, we need to talk about this issue of our
Caller 4963.
Yeah, hi, Martha O'Connell, soon to be out of D9. I understand the critique about D9 is it was not racially and economically diverse. I think moving out the mobile home parks, Colonial Mobile Manor and Mountain Shadows is a big mistake. If you leave them in D9, D9 is going to be more racially and economically diverse. A big shout out to Pam Foley. I did not vote for her. I campaigned for her opponent. And I have seen her grow and change in the last 3 years. She's fabulous. Her staff is fabulous. And she is approachable. I don't agree with all her decisions, but she listens and she is approachable. Thank you.
David Knoll.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, I'm David Noel, President of Erickson Neighborhood Association. On December 14th, you voted to discuss redistricting process improvement at today's council meeting. With redistricting happening again as soon as 2023, it's important to incorporate our lessons learned. Here's a summary of recommendations I submitted in a letter to you. Improve the initial outreach so stakeholders are aware of the process sooner. Provide the redistricting commission clear instructions. I recommend requesting a single map plus a table of key neighborhoods listing why they should be together and or in specific districts. Provide a single prioritized list of boundary selection criteria. Consider updating the city charter now so it's ready for the next redistricting. Consider modified public comment rules allowing additional time for thought leaders with well-researched testimony followed by shorter times for their supporters, asking each supporter to list their name, council district, neighborhood, and any unique issues. And ensure that all maps are fully available and easy to find 72 hours prior.
Arconda.
Mayor Liccardo and members of the City Council, I'm Richard Conda, Executive Director of the Asian Law Alliance and a resident of District 3 in the Japantown neighborhood. I was a member of the steering committee that developed the Unity map and want to express my disappointment on the final map because it does not go far enough. I would also like to understand from Councilmember Cohen why he made certain compromises at the expense of the most marginalized voters in San Jose. Conservative activists use divisive tactics to try to pit Asian and Latinx communities against each other. Those same conservative forces falsely attacked both the Unity map and the compromise map originally proposed by Councilmember Cohen as anti-Asian, when in fact those two maps increase the political voice of Asian and Vietnamese voters more than any other maps. Thank you to Council members Arenas, Esparza, Carrasco, Jimenez, and Perales for your leadership for fair redistricting. I hope all council members, including Councilmember Cohen, understand the important consequences of the final electoral maps for elections to come.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, there are at least 7 items on the SJ City Council consent calendar agenda today that deal with surveillance and data collection technology items. These new community questions and conversations of law enforcement, surveillance, data collection technology, and even well-intentioned digital inclusion ideas simply needs to continue to be asked within the good ideas and framework of reimagine, racial equity, health and human services, open public policies, and accountability. These are good human rights and civil protection guidelines that can help to organize better ideals of Vision Zero at this time as well. These are the ideas of reimagine to better invite all of the community. It is not the ideas of divisiveness. To conclude with item 2.16, I hope the Equity Roundtable can help facilitate how the future of boards, commissions, and community can have more of a voice in the future of local government projects and decision-making in 2022 and into the future. Thank you.
Jose Pavon.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Jose Luis Pavon, and I would like to express my disappointment with Council Member David Cohen's vote on the redistricting decision. We encourage Supervisor David Cohen to please consider equity and full democratic representation of all the constituencies in the city of San Jose. And I want to thank the council members that did make the right vote, such as Council Member Maya Esparza and others, and for really expanding enfranchisement and democratic access to decisions over local government. And really appreciate your support. Thank you very much.
Victor Vasquez.
Hi, Victor Vasquez, live and work in San Jose, co-executive director at Somos. Yeah, while we recognize that there's been some progress, I'm very disappointed on the final stage of this map. It's not going far enough to include all the voices. I would also like to hear an explanation from the council member District 4 on why that policy decision was made to compromise, even though we know that some of these compromises, there was no need and that it impacted our communities of color or renters or businesses or working class folks. And as we move forward, we got to take into account the voices of the most marginalized in our decision. What will be that impact so that we do not suppress anyone's votes, anyone's representation, especially those of the African-American, Asian, Latino voters and renters that make up the city and your district. And I would like to thank Councilmember Arenas, Esparza, Carrasco, Jimenez, and Perales for your leadership. Thank you once again.
Carmen B.
Thanks. I'm Carmen Brammer, a longtime resident of District 8. I'm also a member of the Real Coalition and the Black Leadership Kitchen Cabinet. I am disappointed that the final electoral map for the city of San Jose is not going far enough. I look forward to receiving an explanation from Councilmember Cohen on why he voted against his own proposal and made certain compromises at the expense of our most marginalized San Jose voters. It was disheartening to observe the race-baiting tactics used by many on the city council, the Mercury News, and other conservatives falsely attacking the unity map and Councilmember Cohen's compromise map as anti-Asian, when these two maps increase the political voice of Asian and Vietnamese voters. Thank you to Council Members Arenas, Esparza, Carrasco, Jimenez, and Perales for their leadership for fair redistricting.
Hector Moreno. Hector Moreno.
Hello, sorry, I'm driving. Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Hector Moreno. I live in District 8, long time. While I recognize as a city, we made progress towards a greater political equity, I wanted to express my disappointment on the final electoral map for the city of San Jose not going far enough. I would also like an explanation from Councilmember Cohen on why he made certain compromises at the expense of the most marginalized voters in San Jose. I end with this. Thank you to Council Members Arenas, Esparza, Carrasco, and Jimenez, and Perales. Thank you, and I seize my time.
Share. Share. Okay, I'm going to move on to Neoshu Farangi.
Hi, hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Nisha Frangi, a representative with the Fight for 15 and a union campaign, which represents fast food workers across the state of California, including fast food workers in District 15, which encompasses San Jose communities. While I recognize that as a city, we made progress towards greater political equity, I want to express my disappointment on the final electoral map for the city of San Jose not going far enough. I would also like an explanation from Councilmember Cohen on why he made certain compromises at the expense of our most marginalized voters in San Jose. In order to be able to create change in our communities, we must build power with our most marginalized community. This map takes steps towards that, but this final map unnecessarily suppresses the votes of African, Asian, and Latino voters and renters compared to the council members in the show map. Finally, I want to conclude with a thank you to the council members Arenas, Esparza, Carrasco, Jimenez, and Perlas for their leadership for fair redistricting. Thank you so much.
Dilza Gonzalez.
Good afternoon. Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Dilsa Gonzalez. I live in the District 5 in the Mayfair neighborhood. I am here to express my disappointment towards the final electoral map for the city of San Jose. It's not giving far enough, and I would also like to an explanation from Council Member Cohen on why he made certain compromises at the expense of our most marginalized voters in San Jose. Your decisions has cut off the voices of many of my people and our minorities and more affected communities. This is not fair, and you didn't hear our community when we asked to not do this and to protect us and vote on behalf of us. I would like to say thank you to Council Members Arenas, Esparza, Carrasco, Jimenez, and Perales for your leadership for the further restricting, and I hope that all council members, including Council Member Cohen, understand the significant consequences of passing this map for elections to come.
Gabriella.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Gabriella, and I currently live in District 9. I'm speaking on item 2.2 regarding redistricting. While I recognize as a city that we did make progress towards greater political equity, I want to make my disappointment clear regarding the final electoral map for the city of San Jose, and that it did not go far enough. I understand that we need to compromise with those that we disagree with, but there is no need to compromise the well-being of the communities of color, renters, and working families, other than to compromise for the sake of politics rather than for the people. I'd also like to understand why Councilmember Cohen voted against his own proposal. San Jose's redistricting process saw a lot of misleading and divisive tactics used by conservative activists to pit people of color together against each other, specifically Asian and Latino communities. And the compromise map presented an opportunity to stifle this division instead of exacerbating its effects. Thank you for listening, and thank you for the leadership of Councilmember Arenas, Esparza, Jimenez, and Perales for their leadership. And I hope all council members understand the significant consequences. Thank you.
Andrea Portillo.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Andrea Portillo, and I live in District 5. I wanted to express my disappointment on the final electoral map for the city of San Jose, and that did not go far enough to provide voice and empowerment for our communities. I would also like an explanation from Councilmember Cohen on why he made certain compromises at the expense of our most vulnerable voters in San Jose. To create change in our communities, we must build power, voice, and autonomy in our most underfunded and disinvested communities. This final map unnecessarily suppresses the votes, voice, and power of our Black, AAPI, and Latinx voters and renters compared to the council members' initial map. Thank you for listening, and I want to say thank you to Councilmember Arena, Esparza, Carrasco, Jimenez, and Perales for their leadership for fair redistricting, and I hope that all council members, including Councilmember Cohen, understand the significant consequences of passing this map for elections to come. Thank you.
Jeffrey Buchanan.
Mayor and Council, speaking to you here today as a trustee of the Luther Burbank School District, it's a district within District 6 where 90% of the kids are either families with that are immigrants that are English as a second language or low income. It's really one of the most diverse neighborhoods within District 6, and so I just struggle to understand why this council and Councilmember David Cohen would vote to kick families like the families in my neighborhood out of District 6 who'd been there, moving Conwest Gardens into District 9. And I just ask Councilmember Cohen, what am I to explain to these families about why you thought that the district that they vote in should look more like white homeowners in Willow Glen than like people like themselves, working families that deserve a voice in our city? Thank you.
Molly McLeod.
Hello, my name is Molly McLeod, and I wanted to speak on the items related to the UASI grant, having to do with emergency preparedness, $1.7 million almost. And I think it's a missed opportunity and would like to urge the city council and city staff to more carefully look at opportunities on where to put the money, particularly for those who are most at risk, people with disabilities. If the need for a bomb squad response vehicle, then maybe it goes in the main budget, but UASI can be used for whole community planning, and to have so little of the money actually going to the Office of Emergency Management allocations for temporary 6-month positions, greater net investments need to be made for the big one that's coming to us all. Thanks.
Araceli Rueda.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Araceli Rueda, and I was born and raised in San Jose, California. As these communities continue to be displaced by skyrocketing housing costs and stagnant wages, we cannot create more barriers for change. We will not remain silent as special interest groups and conservative forces work overtime to manipulate policy decisions. And while certain members of our council act as allies in hoarding power for the few, I just wanted to also thank Councilmember Arenas, Esparza, Carrasco, Jimenez, and Perales for their leadership for a fair redistricting map. Thank you.
Jose.
Hi, my name is Jose Abastida, and I am with the 5 for 15 campaign. I just wanted to express my disappointment on the new redistricting maps as it pits our communities of colors against each other. And I would like an explanation as to why this decision was made. Thank you.
Gail Osmer. Gail?
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I might be the only one on this call that might be kind of happy with the redistricting. I live in D9. But we are being redistricting to D2. Like Pam Foley, Council Member Jimenez is a wonderful and supportive of all mobile homes. So our Colonial Manor and our Mountain Shadows next door will be in good hands with him and his staff. Also, I'm excited to work with him on a lot of new issues coming up with our unhoused, especially at Monterey and Brandon. And I'm hoping to invite him out there to meet the residents. They're a good group of people. And I'm also going to be inviting him to come into our park when it is safe and meet our residents. So I'm excited and thank you so much.
Mackie Avila.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Mackie Ávila. He vivido aquí por mucho tiempo en San José. Estoy apoyando para esta proposición, expandir el poder de voto a todos los residentes. Es un problema racial y social. La historia es excluir a los inmigrantes y a las personas marginadas del voto proveniente del legado del Supremia Blanca. Durante los primeros 150 años de la historia de nuestra nación, más de los 40 estados proporcionaron el derecho de los no ciudadanos a votar durante esta época colonial. El voto estaba ligado a ser blanco y propietario y por lo tanto excluía a las mujeres, a los estadounidenses negros, los mexicanos latinos, los nativos americanos y los blancos pobres. A medida que la población.
Before I go to the next speaker, I don't have interpreters. Does one of the council members who speak Spanish want to summarize what that speaker said? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next speaker then, Andy Garcia.
Hi, my name is Andy and I live in District 5. While I recognize as a city we've made progress towards greater political equity, I wanted to express my disappointment on the final electoral map for the city of San Jose not going far enough. I would also like an explanation from Councilmember Cohen on why he made certain promises compromises at the expense of our most marginalized voters in San Jose. Thank you for listening, and thank you to council members Arenas, Esparza, Carrasco, Jimenez, and Perales for their leadership for fair redistricting. And I hope that all council members, including Council Member Cohen, understand the significant consequences of passing this map for elections to come.
Share. Share. I know we couldn't get you. We couldn't get you to unmute before, so you have permission to unmute. I don't know what's going on your end. I'm going to go ahead and move on to Edith.
Hello, my name is Edith, and I am a program associate with Grail Family Services. I was born in San Jose, and I am here to advocate on behalf of many families in full support of expanding the voting power to everyone living in San Jose. The road to a more inclusive and racially just San Jose starts with ensuring that everyone has the power to vote in local elections.
That isn't on this item, ma'am. If you could raise your hand when we come to that item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ruth Taub. Ruth Silver Taub.
Yes, thank you. I'm Ruth Silver Taub, and I work at the Alexander Community Law Center, and we serve predominantly low-income immigrant clients. So redistricting is very important. I want to thank council members Arenas, Esparza, Carrasco, Jimenez, and Perales for their leadership for fair redistricting. And I am disappointed that council member Cohen voted against his own proposal. By moving predominantly neighborhoods of color out of District 6, this single vote increased a white majority in District 6 and blocked a map that could have increased Black, Latino, and renter voters representation by about 15%. So I'm here to express my disappointment, and I am interested in determining why that decision was made. Thank you.
Maria Fernandez.
Good afternoon, Maria Noel Fernandez with Working Partnerships in Silicon Valley Rising. I echo the vast majority of remarks that have been made about the redistricting process and questioning what Cohen has done. I am making remarks right now because I'm flabbergasted that there is no translation available for a meeting where we are talking about equity issues, when we're talking about representation for Latino and Vietnamese community members. And it is just pretty horrifying that in a city like the city of San Jose, we have not been able to figure out how we make sure the voice of monolingual Spanish, Vietnamese, and other speakers can be truly incorporated into our democracy. Thank you.
Nancy? Oh, sorry, Teresita first, and then followed by Nancy. Teresita? Okay, I'm going to move on to Nancy. Oh, shoot. Sorry, I clicked remove permission. Go ahead, Nancy.
Hi, yeah, I actually was raising my hand to speak on another issue, but I just want to say really quickly that I think it's absolutely ridiculous that you don't have Spanish language translation in a city like San Jose.
Veronica?
Great, thank you. I also want to echo the previous comments that everybody has been making regarding the redistricting, but I also want to remind everyone we just had a charter commission fully integrate. What does inclusion look like in San Jose City, right? And one of them, we fought so much as commissioners because I sat on that commission for language interpretation, and it's a disgrace not to have it here. not to be able to be for people that can't even raise their voice because they're being so much intimidated because you can't even provide an interpretation service that is so low that it's happening everywhere, but at our city, it's not happening. So don't start saying that you have accountability, that you have inclusion when that is not happening here. Our people are here to speak, other people, other communities, and they can't do that because you have silenced them. And they will continue to be here and we will continue to raise our voice, but such a disgrace.
Catherine Hedges.
Sorry, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm calling to echo the previous comments about the redistricting and Councilor Mahan and the lack of translation. It's absolutely ridiculous that we don't have translation into the primary languages in San Jose, such as Spanish and Vietnamese. I know a lot of various committees and outreach do that, but the council meetings need to have it too. How can people follow what's going on and contribute if it's in a language that they're not really familiar with? A lot of this stuff is technical, so even if they know enough English to, work a construction job or clean, deal with their house cleaning clients, they're not going to be able to follow these political discussions that affect issues that affect their lives. Thank you very much.
We're going to share. I think we've fixed her mute issues. Press *6. Cher, I think you're on your phone and you need to press *6 to unmute. Okay, it looks like we did not fix that issue. Caller 0131. Caller 0131, *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so Mayor, Vice Mayor, please, City Council, I'm here to ask you to please do the right thing by all of us. We know the redlining exists, but we need to move forward, not backwards. That's how I'm feeling right now. And this is what's happening right here. Okay, we all need to be in common ground for the community. Okay, let's be diverse here as we can and united as possible. By all causes, in the next 10 years, darkness is coming up on us, but we're ready to step for the challenge. For all, I'm asking to reconsider your position and support the map. Please help us. They help us all. I know the big businesses give us work, but we're the workers too, and we're the backbone of this city, this state, and this country. Okay, please, Mayor.
Andrea Portillo.
I just wanted to echo comments from the previous speakers around the lack of interpretation and translation services for folks. It's really shocking that we don't have these services already available and permanent services for these meetings, because we know that a lot of our community folks are taking the time out of their day to speak around topics and issues that are really important to them. I would like to ask City Council and the Mayor, what is a barrier for you all to provide these services for community? And if so, what supports do you all need to make sure that this is something that is provided at all of your meetings? Again, folks have talked about accountability and inclusion and equity. I think we really need to prioritize having these services for folks so that folks are able to share their voice and feel empowered to speak on issues that are really important to them, and so that you can clearly hear them and understand what they are asking of you and why these topics are so important to them. So I really urge us to prioritize this moving forward. Thank you.
Back to council.
Thank you. And Tony, just for the benefit of the public and for the council, could you tell us what how it is we can get interpreters into council meetings and what the process is?
I normally need the request the Friday before the meeting at the latest. I have contacted the interpreter company I generally use, and she's trying to get me people right away. So we might have them. If I do get them though, I will have to stop this meeting and restart it in order for the interpretation to work.
Okay. And Tony, in this case, did any member of the council request interpreters?
Not that I saw.
All right. So that is certainly our collective responsibility to request interpreters when we know there are items that are of particular significance. We know to the many members of our community who don't speak English as a first language. So we certainly need to take it upon ourselves. And also we encourage members of the community. Tony, are there means for members of the community to be able to reach out to the clerk's office to notify them of the need for an interpreter? Sorry, Tony, were you able to hear that?
Yes.
Is there a means for the members of the public to be able to?
Yes, they just email city.clerk at sanjoseca.gov. So
Okay.
that information's on the agenda as well.
Okay, so on the agenda, members of the community can certainly request interpretation services. Happy to, we can certainly discuss this item on when it's agendized properly, but the bottom line is we were spending a lot of money that we didn't have on interpretive services that were not being utilized for many, many weeks, and it was very costly. And so there was a decision that was made to do so on request. And certainly Tony will do all she can to accommodate requests for interpreters for members of our community. Okay.
Mayor, I have my hand up.
Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. And I thank you for asking that head on. I'm kind of blown away that there's no translation, and I wanted a clarification of process, because in the past this has come up, and we had agreed that items that would garner high public participation, where we could expect a lot of community involvement, were agenda items that we had previously discussed we would make the extra effort to get that translation. And so I'd like to understand why that didn't happen today. I do not believe it is up to every council member individually to request translation. And we do have rules committee. And so I'm actually asking Tony and the city manager's office to provide a clarification of that process moving forward, because I actually don't think it's up to individual members of the public to remember to request that the Friday before. That's why we have rules and a city clerk and a process. And so I'd like that clarification right now, please.
The city manager and I will, or her staff and I will go over and say, oh, I think this one's going to be controversial. This didn't flag for me. I guess, the break, I wasn't thinking that this agenda had controversial items or items that would need interpretation. I did have interpreters a lot of times back last year in 2021. It just didn't flag for me this time. So I mean,
for
that's
charter review did not flag.
Well, I was working on budget requests to get the money to translate the document, because the translation, I was directed to translate all of the Charter Review Commission documents. And our last estimate for the final report to be translated is $27,000 to translate it into the languages you guys asked us to do. I was focused on that budget request and trying to get the money for that translation and was not thinking about the interpretation. So I do apologize for that. I do have an interpreter who is on the line right now. I have 2 Spanish interpreters. I will need to end this meeting to enable translation. So we would need to take a 5-minute recess at most, but they're on the line ready to interpret for us.
Okay, and I'd like the other part of that question to be answered. Lee, I saw you turn your camera on.
Sorry, council member. And the question is, how moving forward can city manager's office partner with the clerk or the rules committee to identify these agendas earlier? Was that the question?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I think that's, that's what needs to happen, I guess, so that we can step in and be a little bit more proactive and help the clerk's office. So when we're going through our agenda review in the mornings, but also recommend to the rules committee, just as we do now with what items are going to have presentations, we can certainly help the clerk's office to identify those items that would need translation. So we're happy to do that.
And could I just suggest that perhaps this be a standing item on the rules committee agenda, so that way everyone can explicitly take a moment? I know we're all moving very fast, but I think that probably helps if it's actually agendized.
We can do that.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry,
Thank you.
Councilmember Esparza, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's it. That's a great idea. Thank you.
Councilmember Crosco? Councilmember, you're still muted.
Thank you. I just want to thank Councilmember Esparza. She clarified some of the questions that I had as well. So we're going to be logging off right now.
Yeah, I need to end the meeting to go into Zoom and enable the interpretation for the meeting. I have to do that. It won't let me go.
Vote on the consent item first.
What does that mean for our participants though?
Usually it can be really, really fast, but they will need to sign back on.
Okay, so can I say that in Spanish?
Yes.
Okay, so nomás le quiero dar las gracias a todos los participantes. Acaban de obtener una persona que va a interpretar para el resto de la reunión, pero para poder hacer eso y para que todo pueda funcionar de una manera que podamos usar la persona, la intérprete, nuestra secretaria va a tener que apagar la cita por unos cuantos minutitos y luego tenemos que regresar. Así es que por un breve momentito se va a apagar la cita y van a tener que regresar y volver a conectarse a la cita. Lo bueno es que no parece ser que nadie realmente se ha conectado y ha alzado la mano. Así es que le pedimos por favor su paciencia. Van a apagar la cita y tienen que volverse a comunicar y volver a conectarse. ¿Ok?
Yeah.
I think got it.
Y vamos a regresar en algunos minutos, unos minutos, ¿sí? Okay. So, Tony, let's go ahead and vote on consent first, and then we'll sign off.
Did we have a motion yet?
I don't know. I hope we
Move
did.
to approve consent.
Second. Okay, so this is registering Davis with a no on 2.2C. And so this is a vote for all of those items, including 2.2C. Jimenez?
Yes.
Peralez? Peralez? Cohen?
Aye.
Crosco?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes, with the exception of 2.2C. Thank you.
Esparza?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Licardo?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to use the same link to get back on, right, Tony?
Yes, exact same link. So for the public, it's the same link that's on the agenda. And for panelists, it's the same link you got in your email.
Okay.
How many minutes, Tony?
Oh, I can be, this will be done within a minute. So if you want to do a 5-minute recess just to make it simple, but it'll be fast.
Okay.
Tony, this is Ana Vidales.
Yes.
Jordi is also going to join us, but he's not here. He's on his way. So I'm just going to turn on his computer so that you can assign us both at the same time.
Okay.
Just give me a second so I run and connect him. Okay.
So Mayor,
Okay, well, Anna, I'm going to be ending the meeting and re-signing back on.
Okay.
Oh, okay. No, so you can look for him as a panelist too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So, Councilor Crosco, could you just announce that we'll return at 3:10 p.m.?
Okay. Muchas gracias. Regresamos a las 3:10. Aquí nos vemos a las 3:10. See you in 5 minutes.
Got a future in this, council member. All right. I think I made it back in. I'm not sure how many of us did. Tony, you want to call roll?
Jimenez,
Present.
Peralez, Cohen, Carrasco,
Here.
Davis, Esparza,
Here.
Arenas,
Here.
Foley,
Here.
Mahan,
Here.
Jones,
Present.
Licardo.
Present.
You have a quorum and the interpreters are on. It took a little longer than we thought, so I apologize for that.
No problem. I'm glad we got him on. And I think David Cohen, I assume, is trying to get back on. Is he back in now, Tony?
He stepped out for a little minute.
Oh.
That might be why.
Okay, great. All right, we'll move on then to the report of the city manager, Jennifer.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have no report today.
All right. Then we'll take on item 3.3, which is the Team San Jose and Convention Visitors Bureau Performance Report Annual Review. I suspect this will be a short presentation.
Yes, good afternoon, council members. Joe Roy, City Auditor. I'm here with Caroline Worden from my office. We're here to present our audit of Team San Jose performance for fiscal year 2020-2021. We had a presentation. It's attached with the packet that we presented to the City Council's Community Economic Development Committee in November. For the sake of brevity, I'm going to keep my comments today as verbal comments, and with that, and I believe, and I'm just looking at the people because I think there's some representatives from Team San Jose here. Yes, I see them coming in. So since 2004, the San Jose McHenry Convention Center and several other city facilities have been operated on the city's behalf by Team San Jose Incorporated. Additionally, since 2009, Team San Jose has operated the San Jose Convention and Visitors Bureau. The City Auditor's Office, under the terms of the management agreement between the city and Team San Jose, is required to perform an annual performance audit to determine whether and how well Team San Jose achieved agreed upon performance targets that are the basis for incentive payment from the city. COVID-19 pandemic had a large impact on Team San Jose's activities. On March 16, 2020, Santa Clara issued a shelter-in-place order providing that individuals could only leave their residence to perform essential activities. As a result, all events at Team San Jose managed facilities were canceled for the rest of fiscal year 1920 and all of fiscal year 2020-2021. The management agreement allows for adjustments to the performance targets if hotel tax revenues change by 15% above or below the amount forecast in the adopted operating budget. And because of the COVID-19 shutdowns, hotel tax revenue dropped 40% below what was expected last fiscal year, and therefore the performance targets, which were agreed upon with the City Council, were adjusted similarly downward in accordance with the agreement. As I noted, because of the restrictions related to COVID-19, Team Jose did not have any events within its facilities for fiscal year 2020-21. As a result, the organization did not meet adjusted targets for performance areas such as gross operating results, estimated economic impact, theater occupancy, and customer satisfaction. In fiscal year 2020-2021, Team San Jose booked nearly 83,000 hotel room nights, which was above its adjusted target. However, overall, the weighted incentive fee score fell below 100% because of not meeting the other targets, and based on those adjusted targets, Team San Jose did not qualify for the incentive fee of $250,000. I do want to dwell for a moment on one of the performance measures, which was the estimated economic impact. This is an estimation of visitor spending based on estimated average daily spending rates multiplied by event attendance duration. And spending rates vary depending on the event type. Because there were no events this past year, the estimated economic impact during the fiscal year was zero. In fiscal year 18-19, the last full fiscal year before COVID-19, the estimated economic impact of events and their attendees was estimated to be nearly $140 million. And although this audit was about Team San Jose's performance, I wanted to point this out as it really shows how the lack of events at the various facilities because of COVID has had broader economic implications for downtown and the rest of San Jose. Our report does contain one recommendation. In fiscal year 1920, the city overpaid Team San Jose's incentive fee by $50,000 because of a budgeting oversight. We recommended that the city work to recoup that overpayment. It's my understanding that has already occurred. I asked you to accept the report, and I'll turn it over to Nancy Klein or Carrie Adams Hapner, I believe, for the city's response. And as I said, representatives of Team San Jose are here as well to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Carrie Adams Hapner, Director of the Office of Cultural Affairs.
I manage the Team San Jose contracts on behalf of the city manager's office. I want to thank the Office of the City Auditor for their excellent work, as always. The recommendation that Team San Jose reimburse the city for the overpayment has been resolved. They made that payment in November. So I just would also like to extend my thanks to the Team San Jose staff and leadership team. Thank you.
Thanks, Carrie. Would anyone from Team San Jose like to speak? Laura or Yahab?
Is John here? I know John had to jump off.
Oh, I see John LaFortune here in name.
Okay,
John,
well, we're
there
waiting
you are.
I think I'm here.
Welcome.
No, I just want to thank you. And unfortunately, we did not have any events, no, but we were able to get back to the city. And you know, that was extremely rewarding for us all with the City Meals Project and the shelters and everything we've done for the city. So that was very rewarding. And thank you very much, Joe and Caroline, for all your work, and Carrie and Nancy for everything you do for us. So thank you all.
Thank you, John. And Laura, since I picked on you, I should say welcome back. I think is that a good thing to say? I know you've been back for a little while, but
I am, yes, sir. Thank you very much. I am very close. I am looking down on City Hall as we speak. And thank you. It's so great to be back. And I want to thank the entire council, our city liaisons as well. It was a rough year on everybody. Glad to be back and glad to be meeting again. So thank you, everybody, for their support.
great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we look forward to a brighter year ahead. I know this is going to be challenging, but you guys know challenging. Okay, we'll go to any questions from the council. I don't see any hands from the public on this item. Mr. Soto?
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I'm glad that the issue was resolved with respect to the deficiency. I was actually going to ask the city for a waiver. 4 times a week, there's a meal that I receive. I'm poor. I live on $500 a month. That's all I receive. And I receive no money for the 40 plus hours that I put in on both city and county meetings. And so the meals that Team San Jose provides me actually, because it's a unit of calories. Calories is a unit of energy. That's how you measure it. It's a unit of energy. And without that energy that Team San Jose has provided my body, I couldn't have the capacity to think and to store and to process and to articulate and to continue to move through my life and to function and to sustain myself. So on just behalf of myself and my whole community where I live, because they eat it too, on behalf of them, we thank you. We thank the city and we thank Team San Jose for the work and the effort that you put in, because it is
Tessa Woodmansey?
Yes, thank you. Okay, Team San Jose promotes San Jose as a destination to stimulate economic development and the partnership with hotels, arts, labor, and venues to deliver. So, basically what we have to look at is how we are doing our economic development. And, we see that we're encouraging each other to, even at the airport, it says, go somewhere. And this is where we're having the trouble that we're having with our climate crisis, is that we are using fossil fuels, and we are right now, the oceans are so hot. It's the hottest on the record. And that is what's creating our fires, our storms, our of course, our sea level rise from melting ice, the oceans being so hot, and our CO2 just rising. And so what our economic development has to be is about reducing our fossil fuels to zero. We need to be supporting things that are no fossil fuel use. That's what needs to be our new economic.
Back to council.
I'm sorry, having a problem with my mute button. Thank you. Are there any other comments from the public, from the council rather? If not, we'll hear a motion.
So moved. Second.
All right, this is to accept the report. Let's vote.
Jimenez? Jimenez? Perales?
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Reyes,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo,
Aye.
going back to Jimenez. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on then to item 3.4 is the Charter Review Commission report and recommendations. I believe we have a presentation.
Yeah, we do have a presentation. Just, I'm used to watching you guys give presentations. I'm not used to doing the PowerPoint. So on September 22nd, the City Council authorized by resolution the creation of a Charter Review Commission. The commission was comprised of 2 people appointed by each council members, and members were required to reside in the district to which they were appointed. 2 members were appointed as citywide members by the mayor, and the chair was appointed by the mayor. The chair was responsible for managing the meetings and only voted in the event of a tie. I would like to take a moment to give our thanks to Chair Ferrer for his leadership. He did a great job with being the chair. We really, really appreciated him. So the commission was tasked with examining the current governance structure as well as a governance structure consistent with the mayor-council government structure found in other cities in the United States, in which the mayor has executive authority and the council has legislative authority. Research and solicit community input on strong mayor and other potential charter reforms to improve and update the city's governance structure, including the direction to align mayoral executive authority with residents and local business reasonable expectations for responsive and accountable democratic governance in a major U.S. city. Evaluate whether the mayor elected in 2022 should serve a 2- or 6-year term to transition the mayoral election to the presidential election in 2024 or 2028. Evaluate transition of the election cycle for odd number districts to align with the presidential election cycle and the even number districts with the gubernatorial election cycle, and to consider additional measures and potential charter amendments as needed that will improve accountability, representation, and inclusion at City Hall. The 5 recommendations were both broken into 3 focus areas, with governance structure covering the first 2 items, timing of elections covering the second 2, and a third focus on the additional measures to improve accountability, representation, and inclusion. 33 meetings were held, including study sessions and public hearings. And emails were sent to stakeholder lists, including our community partners. So the community-based organizations in San Jose were encouraged to express their interest in supporting the outreach and engagement process of the commission via an online form. A final group of community partners was selected given the following guidelines: to have 5 years experience working with at least one priority population, demonstrated ability to conduct a culturally appropriate outreach and engagement to at least one priority population, have the ability to reach at least hundreds of members of at least one priority population, have 5 years experience conducting outreach and engagement, has availability and necessary staff capacity for this work from June through November 2021, to bring an equity lens to this work as demonstrated through an organizational equity framework and or proven equitable outcomes, and bring experience working with communities to overcome barriers to public participation, including language, digital access, and disability. And these 10 organizations were the finalists selected. Over the course of 5 months, the community partners were able to collectively engage with 2,200 unique individuals with the city of San Jose. Now I'm going to briefly just go over the main recommendations. One is to maintain the council manager government structure and to allow the council members to make nominations for city manager. To appoint a regular charter review commission every 10 years. They're recommending to begin in 2028 and then every 10 years after that to have a charter review commission to review the charter, make sure it's up to date. One was recommendation 3 is to expand the number of council districts from 10 to 14 to bring the ratio of residents more in line with what they were in 1978. Recommendation 4 is to move the mayoral election from gubernatorial to presidential election years, with the first term being a 2-year term, and then the next term being a 4-year term, and to allow the person who got the 2-year term to run for re-election twice, potentially serving a total of 10 years as mayor if they are re-elected both times after their 2-year term. To consolidate, ranked choice voting is recommendation 5. I know the city council has discussed this before, but I think only Mayor Liccardo was part of those discussions. So ranked choice voting would remove the primary and general elections, and you would vote ranking all of your candidates, and then in a series of runoffs until one candidate receives the majority of votes. Recommendation 6 is to elevate the BFCPP, the Board of Fair Campaign and Political Practices, from a code commission to a charter commission. Recommendation 7, removing some of the requirements to the boards and commissions, such as citizenship, to ensure all boards and commissions receive equity and inclusion training, to elect their chairs and vice chairs democratically, and incorporate racial and social equity analysis in all of their decision making. Recommendation 8 is to formally include a native land acknowledgement of the Muwekmi Ohlone tribe. And then 9 is to reduce gender language to be more gender inclusive. The report has examples of that. Recommendation 10, to create a police commission to the charter that conducts regular public hearings on the police department policies, rules, practices, and customs. And the police commission shall have subpoena authority. And this was a long one, so it took up a couple of slides. Convert the IPA to the Independent Investigations Department with subpoena authority, and create an Office of an Inspector General, and who will assist the Police Oversight Commission in conducting reviews of the police department. 11 is to include a statement of values that defines social equity, inclusion, racial, and social justice, to outline the objectives of those values, and to conduct an equity assessment for the annual budgets. And 12 is to ensure that San Jose residents are included in the benefits of city services and have the benefit of equal access to city services. And 13 is to ensure that there's department-wide performance audits for all departments on a regular basis. 14 is to create a climate action commission. 15 is the housing, 15 and 16 are the housing items. Explore policies that will prioritize establishing and continuing to support a community opportunity to purchase program, and explore new policies to support the purchase of affordable housing by low-income San Jose residents. Recommendation 17 is to alter appointments to the Smart City Advisory Board with the goal of strengthening community input. If you move forward with any of these items, the deadlines for the measures for a June 7th election is March 11th, with the last regular council meeting being June is March 8th. And the deadline for the November election would be August 12th, with August 9th being the final regular council meeting to approve measures going to that ballot. And that is all I have, and it's open for discussion.
Okay, thank you very much, Tony. And I do want to thank the chairperson, Fred Ferrer, and all the members of the commission. They did not invest a small amount of time in this effort. There were many, many meetings and many hundreds of hours. I see Fred is with us. Fred, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of the council. On behalf of the commission, I want to thanks for the opportunity to serve our city in this very important and historic kind of way. And I want to thank my fellow commissioners for their incredible commitment of time and energy and focus on this really broad scope look at our city charter. So thank my fellow commissioners who took this such a serious way, and to the public members who on a regular basis gave us great input along the way. So we appreciate, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. And we want to thank the city clerk's office and her staff for working with us in such great partnership.
Thank you, Fred. I want to thank you again for your leadership. I know your day job is you're running a very important nonprofit organization in our community, and to take time away from that to also give to your community in this way, I know is challenging to say the least, particularly given the fact that I think the time commitment well exceeded what any of us had in mind when we started this process. So thank you for your patience, your commitment, and that of all the members of the commission. All right, so I'd like to go to members of the public, unless, Tony, there's anyone else that should be speaking before we go to the public.
No.
Okay, let's go to the community and we'll hear input.
Okay, I have Tessa Woodmansey first.
Okay. Thank you very much. Like my husband, the scientist, says, there's only one problem we have, which is climate change, or global heating, as he says, caused by our burning of fossil fuels. So right now, what the charter review proposed is just something to put it into the projects of the city, not a charter review, not a charter amendment, which is a mistake, because we really need to incorporate all that we worked on, or the scientists worked on, in regards to our charter and what are the issues. And those issues were 3 issues that really weren't included in the document. Not only a charter, a climate crisis commission, but also resiliency commission. That's very, very important, and we do not have that. And the third thing we need is to really look at our fossil fuels and have that be available to the community from all departments, all operations, to get us to zero, and true zero, not net zero.
Paul Soto?
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I'm asking on behalf of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe that I had asked for a time certain at 6 o'clock. I conveyed that information to them because it was approved in the Rules Committee. I asked for it formally and it was approved in the Rules Committee by Chappie Jones. And so now they're very confused, very disoriented, because they have to, they thought 6 o'clock. So I can't even talk on this issue. I thank you for the approval. I was there the entire time, with the exception of the time that I was spent locked up because of Councilwoman Abindaris. With the exception of that, I was at every single one of these meetings. Me and Ferreira, we was fighting the whole time, but we did it as citizens. We came across from it, and we knew that these issues were important. And so I want to thank you for the land acknowledgement. I want to thank you for the racial equity definitions for it to be inserted there, and for the subpoena power of the police department. Thank you.
Angelita Echeveste. Angelita?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Angelita Echeveste. I'm the Director of Programs for Somos Mayfair and the Voting Resident. I am calling today to ask that you support the effort and not allow hate, ignorance, and privilege to continue to oppress residents who already pay taxes, support our economy, and contribute to the brilliance of San Jose. In our single systems of support and work within CAST at the county, we are working to develop new and inclusive systems with community voice at heart. This is the time to vote in favor of what we say we want to build together. Give me the opportunity to vote on this on our next ballot, and do not allow hate to continue to oppress my family, my community, my San Jose. Thank you.
Angelique.
Hello, my name is Angelique, and I'm an advocate with the Young Women's Freedom Center in San Jose. I have lived and worked in San Jose my entire life, and I'm here to advocate on behalf of my community and over 30 families in full support of extending the voting power to everyone living in San Jose. Expanding the voting right and individuals that are directly impacted by the decisions and policies made is not only the right thing to do, but also be a historical shift in the right decision towards the equity and justice society. Please move to support this motion. Thank you for your time.
Joshua?
My name is Joshua Harrell, and I am here to speak in support of the recommendations of Council Members Carrasco and Arenas to grant the municipal right to vote to all San Jose residents. I speak to you today from a position of privilege because ever since I immigrated to San Jose, no one ever questioned that I am an equal citizen of San Jose. And in fact, I was immediately granted the right to vote and make my voice heard at the elections for all local questions because I was born in the United States, which made me a US citizen. However, many of my neighbors have been working and organizing and building this city for far longer than I have, but they don't have the right to vote based on federal citizenship policy that San Jose residents and politicians cannot change. It's time for San Jose to take municipal voter eligibility into our own hands and assert that we know better than the federal government who makes up our community, and that we protect our neighbors from the greatest vulnerability, which is being ignored by their representative leaders.
Catherine Hedges.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I agree with what the last speaker just said. And I agree with the council members who say they, everybody who lives in San Jose should have a say in our community policies. And that includes having interpretation, that includes having the right to vote on city issues. And I agree with the other committee recommendations and hope that we can get ranked choice voting instead of wasting time and money on primary and general elections. Thank you.
Deborah.
My name's Deborah St. Julian. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. I've lived in District 10 for 36 years. I support the memo from the mayor and the council to place a measure to change the timing of our mayoral election on the June ballot. I am asking the council to give full consideration to every recommendation from the Charter Review Commission. In particular, I strongly request the study session on police oversight to include subject matter and lived experience experts recommended by the RIPS committee. And finally, I support and am gratified to support the memo from council members Arenas and Carrasco to expand voting rights to all San Jose residents. Sometimes the best, most transformational, anyway, I support it. Thanks.
Nicholas Hurley.
Hello, thank you, council members. My name is Nicholas Hurley, and I live and vote in District 9 and have for a decade. I'm here speaking in full support of expanding the voting power to everyone who is living inside San Jose. The road to a more inclusive, democratic, and racially just San Jose starts with ensuring that everyone has the power to vote in local elections. Immigrants here have helped to build our city's infrastructure and wealth, but we have left so many of them without a vote in local decisions that directly impact their lives. We should expand the power of the vote to empower and benefit all residents and communities within San Jose and create a more inclusive city. Please expand the right to vote to all San Jose residents. Thank you.
Josh Markson.
Hi, thank you, council members. My name is Josh Markson. I'm also a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart and a resident of District 4. And I strongly support the memo from council members Carrasco and Arenas on expanding voting rights to everyone living in San Jose. Our neighbors are our neighbors, documented or not, and our undocumented neighbors contribute so much to our economy, our community, our culture, and most importantly, they're governed by our local laws as much as, if not more so, than documented residents. And they deserve to have a say in those policies as much as any other resident for that reason. Also, I support the recommendations made by the Charter Committee that any police oversight body must include subject matter and lived experience experts, and also support the memo from the mayor and council to change the timing of our mayoral elections on the June ballot. I yield my time. Thank you very much.
Kim Guptal. Kim. Okay, I'm going to move on to Eva.
Buenas tardes. ¿Me escuchan?
Before you continue, Eva, I would like to announce to the council members to switch to the English channel. Your default audio channel under interpretation is like all, or there's a default, but switch over to the English channel and you'll be able to hear the interpreters. Eva, you will have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Eva Heredia y soy residente de San José. Llevo viviendo más de la mitad de mi vida en esta ciudad. Soy madre de 2 hijas, lo cual nunca he tenido la oportunidad de votar por quien hacen decisiones acerca de su educación. Soy una líder en mi comunidad. Soy líder con Sirens, soy líder con Papeles para Todos, soy líder en mis 2 escuelas y también soy líder en otras comunidades. Soy una presidenta y creadora de una asociación de vecinos donde no vivo yo. Siempre apoyo y trato de hacer lo mejor que puedo para tener un San José mejor. Pero desafortunadamente no tengo voz y no tengo voto porque no puedo votar. Sin embargo, mi esposo y yo trabajamos muy duro, 2 trabajos, y poco a poco hemos salido adelante. Y tampoco tenemos voz y voto. Yo les pido, por favor, que apoyen el memorando de la concejal Magdalena Carrasco y Silvia Arena para que mi voz cuente y sigamos contribuyendo más a esta ciudad y mi voz cuente también como todos los demás residentes de San José y hacer un San José igual para todos. Gracias.
Sorry, Jeremy Bruce.
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo and members of the City Council. My name is Jeremy Barus, and I am the Senior Policy and Organizing Manager for Amigos de Guadalupe Center for Justice Empowerment, and also recently served as Commissioner on the Charter Review Commission. I am speaking today in support of the recommendations from the Commission, as well as the memo authored by Council Members Carrasco and Arenas, calling for a special study session to study the expansion of voting rights to all San Jose residents. As we all know, immigrants contribute a great deal, both economically and civically, to the well-being of our city. And we need to build on the vibrancy of our city by expanding voting rights to everyone, regardless of immigration status. By approving the special study session, we are taking a huge first step in expanding democracy in our city and continuing to create space for everyone. With your vote today, you are making a huge statement to our city residents that everyone has a voice and a role to play in shaping our democracy. Thank you.
Carrie Crawford.
Hi, my name is Kari Crawford, and I'm a resident in San Jose of 3 years, probably going to live here a long time, though, so I think this very much matters to me. And I just wanted to say that I support all of the initiatives on this review commission, but particularly I want to speak on the one that I think is most important to me. I support expanding the voting power to everyone living in San Jose. It is a road to a more inclusive, democratic, and racially just San Jose, because it follows what they kept teaching me in school, which is democracy, the idea that we're all supposed to have a say in the government that, governs us, right? And I just don't think this is debatable in a way, just because I think, particularly with my generation being concerned about things like climate change, and there is no way forward if we do not include everyone. And I think this is the most important thing. Thank you for your time.
Matt Gustafson.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Matt Gustafson. I'm an organizer with Somos Mayfair and a resident of District 3. I want to offer my full support for Councilmember Carrasco and Arenas' memo on expanding.
How do I show screen?
Go ahead. I muted that person.
Thank you. I'll start back. I want to offer my full support for Councilmember Carrasco and Arenas' memo on expanding voting rights to all San Jose residents. Over the centuries, all across this country, non-citizen immigrants from Europe were able to vote and use their voices to shape the communities where they live. They include my ancestors who arrived here from Italy and Sweden over 100 years ago, who came to seek opportunity and a better life for their family. They likely include several of your ancestors as well. Today, we have thousands of neighbors here in our San Jose community. We live together, we work together, our children go to school together, we breathe the same air. And yet when it comes to elections, their voices are silenced. It's cruel. They're just here building a life for their families. And even more cruel is the reality that many of their ancestors were stewards of this land before it was stolen from them centuries ago. Everyone in our community deserves the basic right of having a voice in our elections. Please put non-citizen voting on the ballot. Thank you.
Giselle Shipres.
Good afternoon. My name is Giselle, and I was born and raised in East San Jose. I'm a student at Harvard, currently interning as a community navigator for the Amigos de Guadalupe Center for Justice and Empowerment. Today, I'm here in support of a special study session on the expansion of voting power to all residents of San Jose. By doing so, San Jose would be combating a major racial and social justice issue. Historically, the exclusion of marginalized people from voting stems from a legacy of white supremacy. Limited to white property owners, voting laws used to prohibit women, communities of color, and poor whites from participating in elections. Various policies like literacy and felony disenfranchisement laws, poll taxes, voter registration requirements, and restrictive residency were enacted with one goal: to disenfranchise millions in the name of nativist views of belonging. Currently, 14 municipalities across the country allow non-citizens to vote in local elections. Namely, San Francisco's Proposition N allowed non-citizen parents of students in public schools to vote in board elections. San Jose must play its role in ending voting exclusion tied to injustice and expanding the voting power to all residents, regardless of citizenship status. Thank you.
Alex Shore.
Hey, this is Alex Shore. Talking to you today as a member of the community. There are so many good recommendations in the Charter Review Commission. Thank you, commissioners, for working so diligently on this. Love the emphasis on accountability and equity built in there. I support moving the mayoral election. I think ranked choice voting is a great idea whose time has come to San Jose. Support removing citizenship requirements from some of the commissions, and also here today to support the memo from Councilmember Carrasco and Arenas. I first thought, wow, is it legal for folks who aren't citizens to vote? And reading the memo and talking to some lawyers and doing some research, by golly, it is. So this is a great example of bringing equity to our city. It is something I think that we need. And thank you so much, Council, for looking at all these great ideas.
R. Conda.
Mayor Ricardo, members of the City Council, I'm Richard Conda, Executive Director of the Asian Law Alliance and a resident of San Jose since 1975. Asian Law Alliance strongly supports the memo from Council members Carrasco and Arenas that would expand the voting rights to all San Jose residents. As you know, the immigrant population in San Jose has significant numbers of Asian, Latinx, African, European, and Pacific Islanders. These hardworking members of the community contribute mightily to our local economy through state and local taxes paid. However, these same immigrants are not able to vote in local elections or on city ballot measures that impact their lives. The immigration system is broken, and under the former president, resources were shifted from providing services to rounding up people and deporting them. I urge you to support the Arenas Carrasco memo and move this issue forward. Thank you very much.
Michelle.
My name is Michelle Coleman. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. I live and vote in District 6. One of the things I love about San Jose is our vibrant diversity, with people from all over the world living here and contributing to our culture, our economy, and our tax base. Expanding local voting to non-citizen immigrants will further increase their civic engagement and let them be more fully represented. I support Arenas and Carrasco's memo. I urge the council to give full consideration to all of the Charter Commission's recommendations, especially moving the mayoral election and ranked choice voting. A supermajority of voters, 77%, supported increasing police accountability. San Joseans want robust police oversight. The study session must include people with lived experience and subject matter experts, as recommended by the Reimagining.
Antonia. Or Antonia.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Yes, hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Antonia Sandoval. y soy un líder de Amigos de Guadalupe. He vivido y trabajado en San José por más de 14 años. Estoy aquí en pleno apoyo para expandir el poder de voto a todos los que viven en San José. Expandir el voto a todos los residentes alineará a San José con un movimiento creciente para expandir el poder de votar a todos los residentes de todo el país. Es hora que San José se una al movimiento por una democracia más profunda y amplíe el poder de voto a todos los residentes, incluidos los no ciudadanos. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Tony Romero.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Tony Romero. I am a community organizer with Latinos United for a New America. And I'm here to support the memo that council members Magdalena Carrasco and Silvia Arenas wrote about expanding the voting rights for non-citizens. It is San Jose. It's a city that's very progressive, and this is an issue that's very important to all the community. So I am here to speak in favor, and I yield my time. Thank you.
Ilza Gonzalez.
Good afternoon. My name is Dilsa Gonzalez. I am a resident of District 5 and a community organizer with Somos Mayfair. I am here supporting the expanding rights to all San Jose residents, all the expanding voting rights to all San Jose residents. We have been and we are the backbone of our economy, and at some time we were called essential. Yet our people can't vote. Our children go to our schools, go to our park, and every time we make it by, our taxes goes to this economy. I am here asking the council to stand against racism and anti-immigrant hate and to provide an opportunity for our community to vote. Make justice for our people and let us vote on decisions that affect us and our children in the near future. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Sandra Asher.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Asher. I'm a voter in District 10, a board member at Parents Helping Parents and Community Solutions, and a member of Surge at Sacred Heart. I support the memo from Arenas and Carrasco to study expanding voting rights for all San Jose residents and allowing all who live here to participate in our democracy. There should be no taxation without representation. I support the memo from the mayor and council to place a measure to change the timing of our mayoral election on the June ballot. Finally, the council must commit to giving full consideration to all the recommendations made by the Charter Committee, and the study session for police oversight needs to include subject matter and lived experience recommended by the Reimagining Public Safety Community Advisory Committee. When the council placed police accountability on the ballot, 77% of voters approved. That's over 300,000 people who believe that we all need better police accountability in San Jose. Thank you.
Carla Landon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Carla Landon, and I'm a member of the San Jose. Okay, I'm here because I want to support the vote for the people for my community. I've been living here in San Jose for 19 years, more than half of my life. I grew up here, and I made my family here. And I'm very grateful for all the opportunities that this city has given me in the past. I would like to ask you to give us the right to vote in every election that it's been in the last 19 years that I've been here. I always trust the people and the elected person to make the better decisions for my community, regardless their immigration status, the race, the color, of religion. But one part of
Jennifer Parra.
Jennifer Parra, and I'm the community navigator for Amigos de Guadalupe.
I'm a first-generation daughter of immigrant parents. I'm in full support of extending the voting rights to all residents of San Jose, regardless of citizenship status. The undocumented residents of the city pay taxes, playing a huge role economically. However, how is it that when it comes to making decisions for the place in which they reside in, they have no voice? It is completely unfair and cruel. However, we are given the opportunity today to express how big of a step towards a fair democracy this would mean. If people would be able to vote in our city regardless of citizenship status, the results of these elections would allow us to make more accurately changes that would benefit all residents of San Jose, not just a select few. A change like this would mean that my family and the community members that I speak to on a daily basis would have a voice. I urge you to consider expanding the voting rights in our city so that hopefully other cities will follow after us. Thank you.
Esperanza.
Hello, my name is Esperanza Alejandez. I am receiving the Park Holdings yes on expanding voting rights to all San Jose residents, and expanding the votes to all will have a positive impact on all communities. Lastly, as a transfer, I find it highly unprofessional to support what happened earlier with translation. You don't need to ask for translation. I find it really offensive towards me and my community who are Spanish speakers. Please do your job properly next time when it comes to these kind of meetings that are really important with our community.
Meredith.
Hi, my name is Meredith Hurley, and I'm an elected leader at Stone Church of Willow Glen and a member of Church at Sacred Heart. I've lived in San Jose for over 10 years, and I live in District 9. I support expanding the voting power to everyone living in San Jose. The road to a more inclusive, democratic, and racially just San Jose starts with ensuring that everyone has power to vote in local elections. Expanding the voting power to all residents is a racial and social justice issue. The history of excluding immigrants and marginalized people from voting comes from the legacy of white supremacy. During the first 150 years of our nation's history, over 40 states provided the right for non-citizens to vote. During colonial times, voting was tied to being white and property ownership, and therefore excluded women, Black Americans, Mexicanos, Latinos, Native Americans, and poor whites. As the population of communities of color grew in this country, white elites enacted various barriers to prevent the poor, people of color, and women from voting. San Jose must do its part to end voting exclusion tied to racial and social injustice and expand the voting power to.
Veronica. Veronica.
Hi, everyone. Sorry. Hi, everyone. My name is Veronica Magone, and I'm a former commissioner for the San Jose Charter Review. And I'm also here in support of the charter, in support of the amendments that we made as a commission, and bringing you also some light into this new amendment that Councilmember Carrasco and Silvia Arenas have brought into the table. This is a great way to, again, diversify, provide that inclusion and equity into our city. I'm in full support as a commissioner, and I know fellow commissioners are also in full support of this and hope to see this work keep on going. This is not something that we should stop. And this is not something that, unfortunately, like David Cohen, Councilmember David Cohen has said, that it is not the time. It is always, and it will always be the time. So now it's the time to make those changes, and we should continue with those changes. Again, the charter was a community effort and not just some people or just the commission, but a community effort. Thank you.
Garutam Thakcham.
Yeah, hi, my name is Iram Thakcham. I'm born and raised in San Jose. I'm a first generation resident of District 6, and I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I have the right to vote in this country because I had the blind luck of being born here. My dad had to live and work in this country for 25 years before getting the right to vote, and most people in his position are not as lucky as he was. Right now, our system is a democracy of the rich and powerful and a democracy of the lucky. That is not a real democracy. I believe we need a whole new system, but in the immediate moment, we can't begin to call this system a democracy until, as a baseline, everyone can vote. Some council members want to make this an issue of procedure, but this is in fact an issue of racism and justice and equality. I call on the council to accept Councilmember Carrasco's recommendation to allow undocumented people to vote in San Jose. Thank you.
Bill James.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill James, and I'm the chair of the Santa Clara County Democratic Party. We represent 500,000 Democrats in Santa Clara County. Our Central Committee has voted to endorse the change suggested by recommendation number 4, which is to move the mayoral election to the presidential election year. The evidence is clear that doing so would increase participation, particularly among working people and people of color. People who have jobs and single parents have a hard time getting to the polls, and on presidential years, they're much more likely to do so. Encourage the council to please put this item up for a vote in the June primary as a single issue so that we can educate the electorate on this one issue without having voters feel that it's too confusing or too complicated to understand and appreciate and take the time to vote on. And then finally, I would just encourage the council to please take this step. It will allow San Jose to be a leader for voting rights at a time when other places are retracting them. Thank you.
Victor Sin.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Victor Sin. I'm a resident of San Jose and the chair of the Santa Clara Valley chapter of the ACLU of Northern California. I'm going to comment on recommendation 10 about police oversight and accountability. In San Jose, there is a history of policing practices which has resulted in excessive and unnecessary force towards residents of San Jose, ultimately causing our community members to distrust the police. These harms have been disproportionately borne by Black residents and other community members of color. This distrust has caused concerns regarding police hiring, training, accountability, mental health awareness, disability awareness, and lack of basic care for the people they are sworn to protect. Our community has the right to know how policing is being conducted in our neighborhoods. Stronger and more independent oversight of law enforcement and increased tools for accountability make our communities safer. Thank you.
Jeffrey Buchanan.
Mayor and Council, on behalf of Working Partnerships USA and Silicon Valley Rising Action, would first like to thank Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, Councilmember Jimenez, Councilmember Cohen, Foley, Councilmembers Carrasco and Arenas for supporting moving the charter change to move our mayoral elections finally to presidential years. Over the past 3.5 years, tens of thousands of San Jose residents have signed petitions, gone to public hearings, participated in marches and other actions, trying to push for what commission member and political science expert Garrett Percival called the single best policy for increasing voter participation, moving our future mayoral elections to presidential years. So I encourage those on council to vote to place this question finally before the voters this June and to benefit from the increased participation.
Cheryl.
Hi, yeah, I'm speaking on the recommendation to move to 14 council districts. And I just want to say, if that's going to go forward, then I think this time around, we need some very good, clear direction from city council for the commission and such, for redistricting. If the redistricting is supposed to be based on racial distribution, if that's the primary focus, then the people and the commission needs to know that. We need to have very clear directions if that's going to be the primary focus and what it should be. And the other thing I'd like to say is, lumping all the Asians together, that's kind of crazy. We have Vietnamese, Indian, Chinese, Cambodian, Japanese, just making it a big thing about Asians versus Hispanics versus Blacks versus white people. That's like very short-sighted. And there needs to be some clear direction, and people need to really think how we're going to approach this next time, so it's not just a big emotional drama for most of the city. Thank you.
Krista De La Torre.
Hello, my name is Krista De La Torre, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the South Bay Labor Council in support of the Commission's recommendation to align the city's mayoral election to presidential years. I urge you to put this reform on the June 2022 ballot as a standalone ballot measure. According to political scientists, the singular change would increase voter turnout by roughly 30% in the city of San Jose, helping expand our electorate to include more working class voters and voters from communities of color. I urge the City Council to support this commission recommendation as a standalone ballot measure again, as an effort to bolster participation in our city's democratic process. We must work to remove every possible barrier to voting in order to give greater voice to people too often left out of our city's politics and political discourse. Thank you.
Victor Vasquez.
Victor Vasquez, Somos Mayfair, Si Se Puede Real Coalition, in support of expanding the voting power to all. I'm sure you received all kinds of hateful, malicious language attacking our immigrant, undocumented community. These racist attacks are trying to put a fear in our hearts, division, and delay the process. It's important to denounce this racism and anti-immigrant hate. We're asking the City Council to provide an opportunity for our communities to vote. We're asking you to move the process forward, set up the ballot measure, and give San Jose voters the opportunity to make the final decision. There's no room in the city for hate and racism. We need to take the side of justice, and that means inclusion, and that means moving non-citizen voting forward. Which side are we on today, City Hall? Do the right thing and move forward with non-citizen voting. We as non-citizens, we the non-citizen community, we contribute to this community. We take care of your kids, clean your homes. Today we need courageous action and not fear. Thank you, Councilmember Carrasco and Arenas, for your courage and leadership. Todo poder al pueblo.
Sarah McDermott.
Good afternoon, Sarah McDermott with Unite Here Local 19. On behalf of our members, I want to express our full support for a standalone ballot measure to move the mayoral election. This is a vital issue for our local democracy, and it deserves its own consideration and to not be bogged down by other issues. I also want to speak in support of the memo from Council members Carrasco and Arenas to expand voting rights to all residents of San Jose. As a union of immigrants, we see every day how our members give back to this community regardless of their citizenship status. All residents deserve a voice in our community. And I know many of us and many of the council have expressed a lot of criticism towards our federal immigration policy. We should reflect that in who we let participate in San Jose. Thank you.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks for this item. I hope have legal language issues been cleared up? Does the City Charter Commission have to still work on legal language issues for this year for ballot measures? Thank you that we have developed a community police oversight commission process. That should be very interesting. I'm hopeful that somehow surveillance technology and data collection can somehow be a part of a future of some commission in the future or its own commission process. Community oversight for surveillance technology and data collection is an important concept for our future we should be considering. To conclude, I've learned a lot these past 18 months. We've gone through quite a lot. The city council process of form of government, not the strong mayor, is something, a tradition in San Jose. I hope we can really continue, and it's been nice to learn that. Thank you.
David Knoll.
Hi, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I'm David Noel, President of Erickson Neighborhood Association. I'd like to thank the Commission for their tremendous job and thoughtful and comprehensive list of recommendations. When considering charter updates, please consider updating the redistricting border selection criteria so that future redistricting commissions can be provided a single prioritized list of criteria. In the recent redistricting effort, the Redistricting Commission was instructed to follow the governing laws plus additional criteria. This resulted in extensive confusion and acrimony. Let's fix that by updating the city charter with clear, consolidated, prioritized guidance. I submitted a detailed letter with redistricting lessons learned, which I hope can be taken into consideration before redistricting is too far in the review mirror. If we collectively decide to change the number of council districts as recommended by the Charter Review Commission, we can expect a very challenging redistricting effort to follow. Any clarification we can provide in the charter now will be much appreciated by those tasked to implement that future.
Esther. Esther?
Bueno, ¿me escuchan?
Yes.
Bueno, ¿me escuchan? ¿Aló?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, ok. Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Esther. Vivo en el distrito 7. Soy una residente preocupada de San José, que estoy aquí para solicitar su apoyo al punto 3.4 de la agenda, específicamente memorando de la concejal Magdalena Carrasco, que apoya la expansión de los derechos del voto a los no ciudadanos elegibles en San José. Estamos en una sociedad que se beneficia de nuestros trabajos y queremos representación justa. Vivo aquí, voto aquí. Por favor, apoyen el memorándum para que esté en la boleta para la próxima elección. Muchas gracias.
Teresita? Teresita?
¿Me escucha?
Go ahead. Yes.
Mi nombre es Teresita Rodríguez. Tengo viviendo aquí en San José más de 20 años y es injusto que residentes no ciudadanos paguen impuestos. Sin embargo, tienen representación y un poder muy limitado en nuestra sociedad. Necesitamos terminar con los impuestos sin representación en nuestra ciudad y expandir el poder del voto a todos. Si bien los inmigrantes ayudan a construir la riqueza de nuestra ciudad, es injusto que no tengan el poder de tomar decisiones sobre las elecciones de las votaciones locales. Es hora de que San José se una en el movimiento por una democracia más profunda y amplíe el poder de votos de todos los residentes, incluso no ciudadanos. Yo apoyo esta propuesta. Gracias.
Azucena?
Hello, my name is Azucena, and I am a daughter of immigrants, an organizer with Siren, and a constituent of District 7, here to urge all City Council members to support City Councilwoman Carrasco's memo to expand voting rights to eligible non-citizens in San Jose. In San Jose, there are over 150,000 individuals without citizenship that contribute to our society, to our local economy, and who pay taxes. It is morally unjustifiable that thousands of individuals contribute yet cannot participate in our democratic process. We need to allow for our neighbors to be able to decide who influences their lives and those of their children. We can't claim to be a diverse and inclusive city when we deny the civic participation of our residents. Here I live, here I vote. Aquí vivo, aquí voto. Thank you.
Colin, wait, sorry, I'm on the wrong section. Jose Pavon?
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Jose Luis Pavon. I am a political organizer with SEIU USWW. We have thousands of members in the city of San Jose who live and work in the city and who are immigrants. We absolutely support the push to expand voting rights for all San Jose residents, regardless of immigration status. We also absolutely support the push to move the mayoral race to the same cycle as presidential years, because this will increase democratic access, will increase voter turnout, and increase equitable access to enfranchisement rights. I want to end by saying that immigrants also contribute the difference in low wages and average wages as a contribution to the economy, in addition to taxes. It's billions of dollars. Please increase voting rights for everyone.
Peter Ortiz? Peter? Okay, I'm going to move on to Migdalia Rodriguez.
Buenas tardes, soy una inmigrante residente en San José y sigo la página de la concejal Ángela Carrasco. Al leer su memorando me sentí muy incluyente porque al tener este voto también nos hacen partícipes de las políticas públicas que podemos formar entre las actividades y proyectos que desarrollamos acá, ya sea en temas ambientales, en temas sociales y económicos. Quiero pedirles a ustedes que nos apoyen. No importa que seamos inmigrantes, no importa que también a veces la misma sociedad nos discrimina, pero estoy feliz y segura de trabajar por esta San José mejor. Gracias.
Arturo Munoz.
Hello, buenas tardes. My name is Arturo Munoz, community organizer at Somos Mayfair. I'm here to advocate for the expansion of voting rights within the city of San Jose. The road to a more inclusive San Jose starts with ensuring that everyone has the power to vote in local elections. Expanding the vote will leave a positive impact in all communities of San Jose. Please expand the right to vote to all San Jose residents. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Olivia Ortiz.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Olivia Ortiz, soy dueña de un pequeño negocio, soy un líder de vecinos activos de Somos Mayfair y he trabajado en San José y vivido por más de 20 años. Estoy aquí para pedirles que avancen con este memorándum traído por las concejales Carrasco y Arenas. Contribuimos con la economía igual que cualquier otro ciudadano. Las decisiones de miembros electos nos impactan directamente. Por lo tanto, necesitamos ser parte de dichas decisiones. Muchísimas gracias.
SW.
Hello. Hi. Sorry. My name is Sabina, and I'm a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and I'm here to advocate in full support of expanding the voting power to everyone living in San Jose. Expanding voting power to all residents is a racial and a social justice issue. The issue, there's a history of excluding immigrants and marginalized people from voting, and it comes from the fears of the ruling class of having actual democracy, where everyday workers and immigrants and families, like folks who are speaking today, have a say in the city that they live in. Historically, voting has been tied to being white and land owning, and it's excluded women, Black Americans, Latinos, Native Americans, poor whites. And we need to fight to make sure that voting and democracy includes everyone. And without the women's suffrage movement, civil rights, Black, Asian, Chicano, socialist movements, we cannot end these unjust restrictions on voting. So San Jose must do its part and end this voting.
Luz Maria Abonce. Luz.
Hola. Hola. ¿Sí se escucha? Ay, perdón. Ok. Hola, mi nombre es Luz María Abonce. Soy madre de 5 hijos y llevo viviendo en San José más de 16 años. Soy líder comunitario en Mayfair y he sido partícipe en Somos Mayfair por más de 15 años. Soy también dueña de un pequeño negocio y estoy aquí para apoyar la expansión de voto en San José. Para mí esto es muy importante porque al expandir este voto, todos los residentes, esto alinea a San José con un movimiento creciente para expandir el poder de voto a todos los residentes de todo el país. Gracias.
Gustavo Flores.
Yes, my name is Gustavo Flores. Before everything, I want to say thank you to the council members for bringing the translation. Now I'm going to say share my comment in Spanish for respect to my community. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Gustavo Flores, nuevamente. Formo parte del grupo de líderes de vecinos activos con Somos Mayfair y he residido en el condado de San José por más de 30 años con 2 hijas nacidas aquí. Hoy me encuentro aquí en apoyo a la propuesta de ley en extender el derecho al voto para todos los residentes de San José, legales o no legales, puesto que creo que es una buena propuesta y sobre todo es una propuesta justa, ya que la ciudad de San José cuenta con una gran diversidad cultural y étnica, y esta gran diversidad somos la mano productiva y la mano laboral del condado, así como contamos parte y aportamos en la economía pagando nuestros impuestos. Por lo cual creemos que es justo que a todos los residentes de San José se les dé la opción de votar, ya que sería un acto de justicia y un acto de democracia. Por eso, por favor, hoy les pido a todos los miembros del Consejo que por favor apoyemos esta ley. Muchas gracias y buenas tardes.
Before I go to the next speaker, I would just like to remind those people who require interpretation, you'll get 2 minutes, and to speak a little slower to give the interpreters a little time to properly interpret you. And you will get 2 minutes. When the timer goes to 0, I will move it back to a minute to make sure you have enough time to speak and be interpreted. Carlos Escobar is next. Carlos?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Carlos Escobar, and I am a Spanish teacher here in San Jose and a member of Papeles para Todos and Grupo Solidaridad San Jose. And I'm here to support expanding the voting power to everyone living in San Jose. The road to a more inclusive, democratic, and racially just San Jose starts with ensuring that everyone has the power to vote in local elections. And also, as a DACA recipient, as an educator, I contribute a lot to my community, but yet just because I only have a working permit to work, I'm not allowed to vote, have a voice in my community. So I believe that expanding the voting right power to everyone will also make justice for all of us who provide, who are involved and also organizing in the community. Thank you so much.
Carmen?
I'm Carmen Brammer, a resident of District 8 and a member of the Black Leadership Kitchen Cabinet. I support Council Members Carrasco and Arenas' memo to expand the voting power to everyone living in San Jose. The road to a more inclusive, democratic, and racially just San Jose starts with ensuring that everyone has the power to vote in local elections. Expanding the vote will have a positive impact on all communities. San Jose immigrants, green card holders, and undocumented are made up of a diverse ethnic group. As part of our San Jose community, they have contributed to building the city's wealth and provide a pool of labor for all industries. Providing voting power to all residents benefits everyone in San Jose and creates a more inclusive city. Please expand the right to vote to all San Jose residents. Thank you.
Jesus?
Good afternoon. My name is Jesus. I am an educator and an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. The time to expand voting rights is now. After witnessing the horrific effects of the pandemic on the working class and communities of color, the people will not permit the continued disenfranchisement of our communities. Regardless of the monetary contributions of the undocumented community, we cannot call this country a democracy if millions of its residents are actively excluded from the decision-making process. We must prioritize people over profits and empower those whose labor has built this country. All power to the people.
Edith Arenas?
Hi, my name is Edith, and I am a program associate with Grail Family Services. I was born in San Jose. I am here to advocate on behalf of many families in full support of expanding the voting power to everyone living in San Jose. The road to a more inclusive and racially just San Jose starts with ensuring that everyone has the power to vote in local elections. San Jose is a melting pot of different ethnicities and races. Expanding the voting power to all residents is a social justice issue. The history of excluding immigrants and marginalized people from voting comes from the legacy of white supremacy. During colonial times, voting was tied to being white and property ownership, and therefore excluded Black Americans, Latino, Native Americans, and poor whites. As the communities of color grew in this country, white elites enacted barriers like poll tax and literacy laws to disenfranchise millions of people. It is time to put a stop to this. San Jose must now do its part to end voting tied to racial injustice and expand the vote.
Andrea Portillo.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Andrea Portillo, and I'm in the Community Organizing and Policy Manager with Somos Mayfair, and I'm a District 5 resident. I support expanding the voting power to everyone living in San Jose. The road to a more inclusive, democratic, and racially just San Jose starts with ensuring that everyone has the power to vote in local elections. The time is now to ensure that our communities have voice, autonomy, decision-making power, and a vote regardless of immigration status. Immigrant communities like my own contribute enormously to our city, economically, socially, and culturally. We are the backbone of this city and have been on the front lines throughout the pandemic, despite being impacted by the pandemic at disproportionate rates. If we truly value racial equity and inclusion, we must do our part to end voting exclusion tied to racial and social injustice and expand the voting power to all residents. Thank you.
Brenda Arenas.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Brenda Arenas, navegadora comunitaria de Grow Family Services. Vivo y trabajo en San José por más de 30 años. Estoy aquí para abogar en nombre de miles de familias y miembros en pleno apoyo de la expansión del poder de votos a todas las personas de San José. El camino hacia un San José más inclusivo, democrático y racialmente justo comienza con garantizar que todos tengan el poder de votar en las elecciones locales. La expansión del voto tendrá un impacto positivo en las comunidades. Los inmigrantes de San José, titulares de tarjeta verde y documentados, son un grupo
Undocumented are a group, an ethnical diverse that will include Hispanics, Hindus, Filipinos, Europeans, and other diverse communities. So as part of their community, they contribute to construct the richness of this city. As owner of businesses, teachers, nurses, artists, and essential workers that will give out all the hand labor to all the industries to expand the vote will benefit all the communities of San Jose and will create a more inclusive city. Thank you for your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Aurora Solis. Aurora?
Yes, I'm sorry. My name is Aurora Solis, and I lived in San Jose for the last 54 years. I worked for the Eastside Union High School District for 38 years. And I am an advocate for immigrants to be able to vote. I have friends and neighbors that are affected by the issue, and there is no room in the issue of racist people. We need to have our people to have voting rights to all San Jose communities, regardless their immigration status. Thank you very much.
Fermina Reyes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Fermina Reyes, and I'm a leader and organizer of Papeles for All, Papeles para Todos. I live in San Jose since '96. That will be an achievement for me, to be honest, to be able to have a right in voting for my benefit and the benefit of my family. And lastly, our voice will be heard as a community and be able to elect the ones that will represent us in our city, because we provide to the growth of the family. We pay our taxes. It is time to make the change. Not for the hate, no for racism. Leave aside the restriction for the ones that are not citizens. Please vote yes and support us. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Adriana?
Adriana?
Adriana? Okay, I'm going to move on to Jose Servin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Council and Mayor. My name is Jose Servin, and I'm the Director of Advocacy at Siren. I'm also a DACA recipient. I ask that the Council support all recommendations from the Charter Review Commission, especially Councilmember Carrasco Narena's memo to expand voting rights to all San Jose residents. To form a humane and just society, we must act in solidarity to end the suppression and discrimination enacted against those who are not citizens, simply because they are trapped in a broken immigration system. This is a bold step to ensure we live in a more equitable society. The United States has a long history of allowing non-citizens to vote until that power was taken away by white supremacists in 1926. That means we have a historic, we have a legal, and we have a moral obligation to move this initiative forward. I humbly ask for the Council to support this measure unanimously so that we can expand democracy in San Jose.
Victor?
Hello,
Hello.
my name is Victor San Vicente. I'm a Latino who arrived here in 1980 illegally, and I studied the Constitution. To allow illegal aliens to vote is will circumvent the Constitution and destroy this country as it is by those who clearly who hate this country and want a different system. Cesar Chavez marched with a group of workers to the Mexican border to prevent illegal immigration. This proposal will allow people who hate this country and want to destroy it by allowing election cheating in mass. People here who are here illegally will be able to control the lives of American citizens, those who were born here and those who spent years in line trying to get a citizenship. It's not fair that people illegal aliens could control the lives of other people who are here.
Oscar Quiroz Medrano.
Hello, everyone. My name is Oscar Quiroz Medrano. I am a leader and organizer with Somos Mayfair and Vecinos. I asked the board or the committee to approve expanding the voters' right to non-citizens, especially when we take consideration of the work that they contribute to the backbone of this city. You know, when we go out to eat in restaurants, we hear the music in the background. They cook our food, they clean our houses, they take care of our kids, they raise our kids, and this is coming from parents who were undocumented at the time. So I hope that this moves forward in expanding the rights to non-citizens because of the contributions they give to our society. At the same time, it aligns with the implementation of the rapid response hotline that the city passed a while back and implemented. So this is also supporting that initiative of giving San Jose a brighter future and being in the beginning forefront of the what's to come in a positive way. Thank you. Received my time.
Rosario Ruiz.
Hi, my name is Rosario Ruiz, and I'm living here in San Jose for 30 days, and I work here, and I fully support for the Arena and Carrasco memo, and it's so sad that the translation is not the way that people are speaking. For those that are English speakers, I would like to next time you let us know about it so we can send the letters and can somebody read it when they are already translated in English so all the people understand it, and it will be so good to this memo or become a law, and it will be approved by you. So thank you for the time. I would like to speak more, but I understand that
Call-in user 1.
Whole idea of becoming a U.S. citizen, the incentive is so you can vote. Well, what about all the people who have worked for years, worked hard, and we all know, I mean, my grandfather was an immigrant, my sister-in-law, and she's still going through legal proceedings. I mean, she has a green card, but she's not able to vote yet. She works hard, but she knows that when she becomes a citizen, she'll be able to vote. And she spent a lot of time and money through the immigration process. Now somebody could just show up and vote and they're not a citizen. That's colonization, and it's not fair to the people who I've known. I've known many immigrants from all over the world living here in California, and they work very hard at becoming a citizen. And then it's not fair to the people who go through the legal processes to get their documentation. And I'm going to tell you right now, the people who call in who are these socialists, to hell with them.
Jennifer Meyer.
Hi, my name is Jen Meyer. I'm a member of Local 521, a D3 voter and an organizer with Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. I live in San Jose and spent over 2 decades teaching working class students of color at a local community college, many of whom were immigrants. And my immigrant students and their families work hard, pay taxes, and currently experience taxation without representation. I support removing the citizenship requirement for municipal voting, ranked choice voting, and also moving the mayoral election year. Finally, as someone with loved ones who have been harmed directly by our racist policing system, I also ask the council make a pathway for the people of San Jose to vote on expanding police oversight. The council has to commit to giving full consideration to all of the recommendations made by the Charter Committee, and per RIPS, the Police Accountability Study Session needs to center lived experience experts. 77% of voters approve police accountability and deserve a chance to decide. Thank you so much.
Sherrod Lynn.
Yes, thank you. I'm with the Dr. Martin Luther King Legacy Committee and Human Agenda, and I want to thank the Charter Review Commission for all of its recommendations. This is an historic step that, if approved by the San Jose City Council to go on the ballot, will put San Jose in the forefront of political innovation for a more equitable and inclusive community. In particular, I want to strongly urge the council to support the memo by Magdalena Carrasco and Sylvia Reyes to expand voting rights to all residents. Non-citizens are the backbone of essential services and pay taxes, many of whom still have no foreseeable pathway to citizenship. Let San Jose set a shining example for comprehensive democracy for other cities and counties throughout the country. In addition, I support the Police Review Commission. I will, make a huge improvement in police accountability and transparency. Thank you very much.
Kim Gupta.
Unmute. Okay. My name is Kim Guptill, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart and a District 6 voter for over 30 years. I strongly support the memo from Council members Carrasco and Arenas on expanding voting rights to everyone living in San Jose. Expanding the voting power to all residents is a racial and social justice issue. The history of excluding immigrants and marginalized people from voting comes from the legacy of white supremacy. San Jose must do its part to end voting exclusion and expand the voting powers to all residents. I would also like to note that trying to shut down a perfectly straightforward idea that expands democracy, as David Cohen suggested in his tweet today, is about the whitest thing you can do as a council. Surely something can be done given the loud calls for it today. You might just want to count the numbers. We also support the memo from the mayor and the council to place a measure on to change the timing for our mayoral thing on the.
Araceli Rueda.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Araceli Rueda, and I am a political organizer with USWW and also a San Jose resident. I support the Commission's recommendation to transition the mayoral election to presidential election cycles. This common sense reform should stand alone as a ballot measure in the June 2022 elections. This recommendation would benefit our community by creating a more representative electorate. And also, council members Magdalena Carrasco and Sylvia Arenas have co-authored a memo that supports analyzing the expansion of municipal voting rights for all residents of San Jose. While immigrants have built our city's wealth, it is unfair that they do not have the power to make decisions over local ballot measures and elections. Thank you.
ER. ER. Okay, I'm going to move on to Jeffy Kalsa.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jeffy Kalsa. I'm a resident and parent in San Jose and a member of the San Jose Unified Equity Coalition. I'm calling to support moving the mayoral race to presidential years and implementing ranked choice voting. But most strongly, I'm calling to support the courageous memo by council members Carrasco and Arenas. Expanding voter power to all residents of San Jose will help make our city more just, inclusive, and democratic. Immigrants, undocumented, and non-citizen residents are valuable and valued members of our community, and they deserve, like everyone else, to have civic representation. The road to a more inclusive, democratic, and racially just San Jose starts with ensuring that everyone has the right to vote in local elections. Thank you.
Letitia Pamatz. Letitia,
Bueno,
go ahead.
Adelante.
bueno, ¿sí me escucha? Hola, mi nombre es...
Hi, my name is Norma Pamatz. I live here in San Jose. Over 23 years of living here in San Jose. And I'm a mother of 3 child that were born here, and I dream for a San Jose with dignified houses and homes for our kids. I'm here from the Somos Mayfair organization. I'm here to advocate in name of dozens of families that we are in the shadows. Please expand the voting right for all the residents of San Jose, please. We can't wait 10 more years to be able to fight again for this proposal that we have in front of us and upstanding for us.
Jamie Juney.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Happy New Year, all. My name is Jamie Juney, and I'm an immigrant and a U.S. citizen working mother, law student, and school site council member with children in 4th and 9th grade. I've lived and worked in San Jose for almost 20 years. I'm here to advocate on behalf of all families in full support of expanding the voting power to all residents of San Jose. San Jose immigrants, including green card holders and undocumented, are a diverse ethnic group that are part of our San Jose community, and they contribute to building the wealth of our society and our city. As business owners, teachers, nurses, nonprofit workers, and community organizing parent leaders who work in hospitality, construction, hospitals, schools, and provide the pool of workforce for all industries. In solidarity, equity, and respect, please extend the right to vote to all San Jose residents. Thank you.
Juan E.
Dear Mayor and Council members, my name is Juan Estrada. I'm speaking today as the founder and president of District 5 United, which has existed for over a decade and strives to improve the quality of life in East San Jose. I support expanding the right to vote in San Jose to all residents rather than limiting it based on the status of their documentation. That outdated strategy of excluding some of our hardworking residents from decision-making harms our city. Immigrants love America and welcome the opportunity to struggle to achieve the American dream, to be able to work hard to provide for their families and to be able to send their kids to college. In just 6 days, we will honor Martin Luther King Jr., who noted that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. It's true there's still work to be done in this country and in this city. Please let all residents and their families participate in voting to help our city and nation continue to rise up. Thank you.
Nancy.
Hi, my name is Nancy, and I am a proud organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation and also a daughter of immigrants. I'm calling in support of the memo by Council Members Carrasco and Arenas, particularly the expansion of voting rights to non-citizens in San Jose. This is a matter of equality. Every member of society should have a say in the legislation that governs their life. This disenfranchisement of whole swaths of people stems from a legacy of white supremacy that has existed in this country since its birth. We expect that these recommendations move forward, and if not, you can expect us back here until they do. Immigrants are overwhelmingly at the head of dangerous and difficult jobs. If we stopped working, this whole county would grind to a halt, and you should remember that. I also support the study session for police oversight with lived experience experts, policing which also stems in a very racist history that is this country. And also to all of the members who said the racist talking points about stand in line.
Elizabeth Agramont.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth, and I'm a member of REX, which stands for Race, Equity, and Community Safety at Sacred Heart Community Service, and live in District 3. I urge the council to consider all of the Charter Commission's recommendations, not just the mayoral election time change, which I do support. I especially support police accountability and oversight. It was just this past Sunday, there was a fire, a hop, skip, and a jump from where I live. A Latino man was distressed and clearly was having a mental health crisis. He kept saying he would jump on his head on the ground, and he kept saying for the SJPD to stay away from him. Yet waiting for him on the other side of the fire engine ladder were 5 police. There were over 13 squad cars present. The man kept saying, don't shoot, and had his hands raised. I watched for hours waiting and hoping for a mental health crisis team to show up and assist because the police were clearly triggering him. I also saw a green laser pointed at him, which troubled me since San Jose has a history of shooting people of color with mental illnesses. We need to prioritize.
Mai or Mei.
Thank you, Mimi Chan with the Party for Socialism and Liberation and proud daughter of hardworking immigrants. I am here in support of expanding voting power to all. It is highly undemocratic that so many immigrants live in San Jose and contribute to the economy of San Jose, but don't have the right to participate in local elections. Thanks to the person who shouted us out, a socialist, whoever you were, I recommend you study what the word colonization means and its history. You might change your mind about everything. We have a long way to go to make this nation truly democratic. However, expanding the right to vote to all San Jose residents will be a small step in the right direction. Thank you.
Yasmin Mata.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. I'm originally from Colombia, and I'm a resident of this marvelous city that is called San Jose, and a voluntary member of Luna. I want to request from all of you to support the voting right, to the expansion of the voting right of all immigrants, because of San Jose and Silicon Valley, they have immigrants from all over the world. We are part of the economy of this marvelous city. And as well, we have our own obligation as paying taxes. We have as well right to be able to elect our local governments, because this is a nation of democracy. So then right now, I'm looking out for my daughter's right, and I'm so grateful to the city because I already have my daughter here. And currently right now, I have felt really discriminated with the language. With this proposal, I felt that I'm being heard. And once that you're giving me this option to give my opinion. So thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for listening to me.
Amelia Post.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm calling also, as with so many people who have spoken today, to urge you to support expanding the opportunity to vote to everyone in San Jose, including non-citizens. We are so much stronger when all of our neighbors have the ability to be a part of making decisions about the issues that are facing our city. This is a racial and social justice issue. We have the opportunity to break with the legacy and the current efforts to exclude and disenfranchise those most impacted by the issues we face. And we have the opportunity to follow the lead of other cities around the country to deepen our democracy and meaningfully increase civic participation in elections. The road to a more inclusive, democratic, and racially just San Jose starts with ensuring that everyone has the opportunity to vote in local elections. I urge you to let this proposal move forward and to let us vote on this important solution.
Tony, I just want to check in on time here as we're approaching the 5 o'clock hour. I'd like to suggest we allow public comment until 6 o'clock. That should enable everyone who's got their hand raised to be able to speak. We'll close public comment on this at 6 o'clock regardless. And then we'll take our break for dinner and return at 7. Any concern or objection to that from my colleagues? Okay, why don't we proceed then with public comment until 6 o'clock? Thank you.
Michelle Schudel.
Hi, excuse me. My name is Michelle Schudel, and I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and I'm also a paraprofessional educator for students with special needs ages 18 through 22. I support expanding the voting power to everyone living in San Jose. The road to more inclusive, democratic, and racially just San Jose starts with ensuring that everyone has the power to vote in local elections. As an educator, my job is to empower my students to be leaders in their communities, but the current voting laws prevent many of my students from having a voice, from making decisions that affect them and their communities' lives. According to New American Economy, it is estimated that in 2018, immigrants in San Jose metro area, a major portion of which are undocumented, brought in $5.3 billion in state and local taxes alone. Federally, their contribution is $12.9 billion. While immigrants help build our city's wealth, it is unfair that they do not have the power to make decisions.
Gabby Mendoza.
Hello, yes, my name is Misrain Mendoza, and I'm being here in San Jose for the past 25 years of my 40 years of life. And I'm so excited. Thank you, Carrasco. Thank you, Arenas, for doing this. Hopefully it passes. And you know, the United States is a nation of immigrants. We base his success and identity on the people who have made this home the country, like me. Okay, documented or undocumented immigration has changed the demographic, okay, of the United States. Most over here in California, we are the majority of residents, right? Business owners, we workers, our kids go to this school. So I believe we live here, we vote here. I'm so excited, and I can't wait to get the boots on the ground and get my community moving. As an activist, I'm so pumped up. Thank you, Carrasco. Thank you, Arenas. You guys are angels.
Sherry Segura.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Sherry Segura. I'm a voter in District 2 and a former Charter Review Commissioner. I'm in full support of Council Members Carrasco and Arenas' memo to afford all residents the right and opportunity to vote. Additionally, please consider the recommendations made by the Commission, as we spent a great deal of time researching and collaborating with the community to make those recommendations. There's no room for exclusion in San Jose. Now is exactly the right time. Thank you.
Gabriella. Gabriella.
Hi, my name is Gabriella, and I'm an organizer with the Asian Law Alliance. I live in San Jose for over 16 years, and I support expanding the voting power to everyone living in San Jose. The road to a more inclusive, democratic, and racially just San Jose starts with ensuring that everyone has the power to vote on local elections. Expanding the vote will have a positive impact for many different communities. San Jose immigrants are a diverse group that include green card holders, people with different visas, and people who are undocumented, and also comprise a diverse ethnic group with many different types of people from all different parts of the world, such as India, Vietnam, Mexico, South America, the Philippines, and beyond. As part of the San Jose community, they contribute to building the city's wealth, and they deserve to see representation in government and to be able to vote on issues that are going to affect them. Please expand the right to vote to all San Jose residents. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Myra Pelagio.
Hi, everybody. Buenas tardes. My name is Mayra Pelagio, and I am here with Luna. And I am here today in full support of the memo. And I am so grateful for the leadership of Councilmember Carrasco and Arenas. I live in District 2 and work in Districts 3, 5, 7, and 8. And I want to ask you today to make a decision and stand for a process that includes everybody in the formation of our policies and city politics. Local governments continue to fail the most vulnerable communities, including our undocumented families. You silence them, you post on Twitter stating that you'd rather wait another 10 years to provide a voice for them in our democracy. I want to ask you to not wait 10 years, to take a step today and expand voting rights for all San Joseans. I also support the recommendation of moving the mayoral elections to presidential election years as a standalone measure. Thank you so much.
David Beanie. David? Okay, we'll move on to Irina Guzman.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Julina Guzman, and I'm a member of LUNA, Latinos Unidos for a New America, and the movement Papeles para Todos. I'm here in full support to expand the voting right to all the ones that live in San Jose. The road to a more inclusive San Jose and democratic and racially just, it begins with guaranteeing that all have the right to vote in the local elections. It is unjust for residents that are not citizens and will pay taxes, even though they have represent in a limited power in our society. It's estimated, the estimation on the 2008 and the metropolitan area of San Jose, part of them that are undocumented, they generate $5.3 billion in state taxes. If yes, the immigrants will contribute to the richness of our society and city, it is unjust to be able to take decisions of what affects them in our local elections. And that is why I support the memorandum Angela Carrasco Segares, and we are in fully support of all of them. Thank you.
Gabriel Manrique or Manrique.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Gabriel Manrique, community organizer with Luna. I live in District 3 and been here in San Jose for more over 30 years. I am here in full support of expanding the voting rights to everyone living in San Jose, including non-citizens, to vote in local elections. Undocumented immigrants contribute $5.3 billion each year in state and local taxes alone. I don't see the city of San Jose complaining when it comes from taking taxes from immigrants with no legal status. We need to end taxation without representation in our city. Mayor and city council expand the right to vote to all San Jose residents, including immigrants with no legal status. Thank you.
Alina Yin.
My name is Alina Yin. I attended and participated in every meeting of the Charter Review Commission, and I support the memo by Council Members Arenas and Carrasco to build off the work of the Charter Review Commission and looking at citizenship requirements and the barriers it creates to civic participation and duty, both on serving on boards and commissions and voting. If the city is receiving and extracting value from the people who live here, to deny them the service of democracy is a theft of democracy. From the very beginning, I've likened this process to a constitutional convention, a document that was meant to see the dream of a new nation, a new way of life. For San Jose, this is the first time since 1986, or since the charter's inception in 1965, that the terms and conditions, the group agreements, and the fine print to our council manager form of governance of this land and its people are up for negotiation through a democratic process to build a more inclusive dream for all people living in San Jose. 1 year to this day, 23 San Jose residents met to do just that, and I support their recommendations and their report. Thank you.
Maria.
Hi, my name is Maria Urquiza. I'm a board member and leader of Somos Mayfair. I'm calling to support Carrasco memo to expand the voting power to every resident of San Jose, regardless of their immigration status. I believe that every resident contributes to our economy and society, so they deserve to have a voice in the community they are part of. It is time for San Jose to become a fully diverse and inclusive city and take the lead for other cities to do the same. Thank you.
Mary Helen Doherty.
Thank you. I'm Mary Helen Doherty, a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart and a longtime resident of District 3. I support expanding the voting power to all residents of San Jose, which is an important step on the journey to a more inclusive and racially just city. Expanding voting rights to all members of our community is also a statement of the foundation of our democracy and an opportunity to implement our city's commitment to an equitable and racially just city. Thank you very much.
Cynthia Colmenares.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Colmenares, and I'm a resident here of District 5. Well, I would like to ask you to please give us a voice and a vote to all the families that we live in this area, because if we don't have a vote and a voice, we have to wait for somebody to decide for the future of our children. So please, I'm begging you to think, and all the community helps the city and all the ones that are not citizen, but we would like to expand the right to vote so we can decide among the future of our children and our family and to continue growing as a community, as people. Thank you so much.
Kimmy?
Kimmy?
Hi, I'm an Asian American, first generation immigrant. America is a great country because people are hardworking and respect laws, and they also embracing all the immigrants. I came here without much, but this country have given me so much, and with a wonderful opportunity to success. People of colors are not oppressed. This is a lie. Everyone can success if you work hard, learn the skill and knowledge to survive, and follow laws. Americans have been giving people of color so much. I don't know why I listened to those people here talking like so hateful against America, against white people.
Maria Noel Fernandez.
Hi, I'm Maria Noel Fernandez with Working Partnerships in Silicon Valley Rising, and we have spent the last couple of years talking about essential workers, many of whom are non-citizens. We've talked about how systems have failed them, how we must do better, how it's not okay that so many working people of color have died at a higher rate, how we must pass policies towards equity and inclusion in all of our systems. The proposal from Councilmember Carrasco and Arenas is doing just that in one of the most critical ways in our democratic system. I'm disappointed to already see some coddling of the folks who want to hold on to status quo and frankly white supremacy, using fear tactics and using the playbook we know they use and using process as a block to move such an important measure. I'm hopeful that we'll see leadership from the council today to explore what moving a proposal such as this could do to strengthen our local democracy. These potential new voters are residents of our city who live here, work here, go to school here, raise families here, and pay taxes here. They deserve to have a say in the direction of our city.
Lydia Garcia.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Lydia Garcia, and I'm here to express my support to expand voting rights to all the people that live in San Jose and to having a more inclusive, democratic, and racial equity in San Jose, and to guarantee that everybody has the right to vote in local elections, including the non-citizens. Thank you so much.
Peter Ortiz.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Honorable City Council. Proud to stand in solidarity with the immigrant community and leaders from across the city in support of Councilmember Carrasco and Arenas' memo. Disenfranchising our immigrant population by excluding them from the right to vote allows for state-sponsored harm to be done to them with impunity and without fear of electoral consequences. It's past time that we empower our community to defend itself. The economic benefits of the undocumented population are undeniable. This community pays up to $27 billion in taxes annually, pays both local and federal taxes, and many have been disproportionately on the front lines during the pandemic as essential workers and are an integral part of our community. If you are alive and fed after the pandemic, you must thank an immigrant. It is time that the City of San Jose joins local governing bodies and grants the undocumented people the right to vote. Let our people vote. Thank you.
Veronica Eldridge. Veronica? Okay, I'm going to move on to Celia A. Celia? Okay, I'm going to move on to Juana. Juana? Okay, let's try Vanessa. Oh, no, go ahead. Got you.
My name is Juana, and I'm a member of Papers for Everyone and Community Center of Sacred Heart. I am here supporting the memorandum of the council member Carrasco y Arenas. And I want the mayor and the council members and everybody that's here remember this. We shouldn't pay taxes without representation. Everybody in San Jose, even non-citizens, deserve to have the right to participate in their local government. A lot of residents, non-citizens, just like me, we have lived most of our life in the city. We also are part of the city. I am an active member of my community. I pay my taxes and I contribute to my city. All of us, non-citizens and citizens in this country, deserve to have a vote in their government. We will start here in San Jose. No taxation without representation. Thank you.
Vanessa?
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm sorry. Good evening. My name is Vanessa Grijalva, and I'm with Latina Coalition of Silicon Valley. And I'm calling today in full support of expanding the voting power to all San Jose citizens. We should not set stipulations on when our undocumented brothers and sisters are valued in our community. Being inclusive and bringing diverse voices to our voting makes an inclusive San Jose. Thank you.
Maria L.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I'm sorry about that. My name is Maria Lopez, and I live in San Jose, District 6. I'm here to speak on supporting the expansion of voting rights to eligible non-citizens and discuss the benefits of building a stronger democracy. My family and I migrated 23 years ago. And as a DACA recipient, I feel a moral obligation to advocate for those who are left fully unprotected. Many of my family and community members have experienced erasure in the city that likes to pride itself in immigrant-friendly initiatives and providing them sanctuary. You cannot speak on behalf of us without us. As one of the most vulnerable populations during this pandemic, yet many were on the front lines as essential workers. We must honor the right of the same individuals.
Vecinos Activos.
Hello, my name is Maria Guerrero. I am a community organizer with Somos Mayfair. I live in District 6. I am a daughter of immigrants. I was born and raised in East San Jose. I support expanding the voting power to everyone living in San Jose. Immigrants have been making our city run and thrive every day. They are the backbone of this city. They should have a voice in the city that they live in. As do the correct thing by your neighbors and community. Expand the right to vote to all San Jose residents. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Sandy Perry.
Yes, I'm Sandy Perry with Affordable Housing Network and Sham Deliverance Ministry. Been active for many years fighting for affordable housing and an end to homelessness. And over those years, I've learned that we cannot solve social problems and we cannot have a more just society without unity. And we cannot have unity without equality. There's a huge section of San Jose's population that's been excluded from the right to vote by the refusal of Congress and the US Senate to enact common sense immigration reform, which has been supported by huge majorities of the American people, especially in cities like San Jose. Today, our city council has the opportunity to demonstrate whether or not whether we support or oppose Donald Trump's white supremacist agenda. I support the Carrasco-Arenas memo. People who support democracy do not hate America and do not hate white people. They
Diana Moreno.
¿Escuchan? ¿Sí me escuchan?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
¿Sí me escuchan? Hola, hola, buenas tardes.
Hi, good afternoon. I am here supporting the proposal for public voting. My name is Diana Moreno, and I am part of Luna and with Sacred Heart. I live and work in San Jose. I found out about this policy, and I support for expanding voting rights so that we can elect our representatives. That way, we can elect our representatives and see what strategy and changes they have to be able to improve San Jose, like education, public services, education, and health. The organization Luna is working with everybody so we can know what each community needs, and our vote can really make a change. Thank you.
Maricela Ramos.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. My name is Maricela, and I'm a leader with community leader with Luna, and I'm here to express my support so you can expand voting rights to all the residents that live in San Jose. The path to a more inclusive San Jose with deep democracy and just, it starts with guaranteeing that all have the right to vote in the local elections, including non-citizens. We need to end with taxation without representation in our city and to expand the power of voting for everybody. Please, Mayor and City Council, expand the voting right to all the residents of San Jose, including the non-citizens. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Victoria Pardita.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, good evening, everyone. My name is Victoria Partida, and I'm a volunteer with Luna. I've lived here in San Jose for over 7 years, and I support expanding the voting power to everyone living in San Jose because it's the right thing to do. The road to a more inclusive, democratic, and racially just San Jose starts with ensuring that everybody has the power to vote in local elections. Expanding the vote to all residents will align San Jose with the growing movement to expand the power to vote all residents across the nation. Currently, municipalities across the U.S. that permit non-citizens to vote in local elections. 11 of these municipalities are in Maryland, 2 in Vermont, and 1 in California. New York has recently passed a measure to give voting rights to approximately 900 legal non-citizens. And in San Francisco, they approved Proposition N, which permits the non-citizen parents of children in public schools to vote in school board elections. It's time for San Jose to join the movement.
Brenda Zendejas.
Hello, can you hear me? My name is Brenda Zendejas. I'm an advocate for District 5 and the vice chair for Movimiento Coalition. Today, I just want to say to Twitter fingers, tweeting that they will be against this. One thing I love about democracy is that we vote, and we vote people like you out, David. I'm very disappointed in you because you ran as a progressive slate, which you are not. I do want to say that allowing people to vote, it encourages civic engagement. It strengthens communities, and it gives residents an investment in politics. I'm sure that a lot of you don't care because you want that conservative vote, but I will let you know, these people eventually, if you vote or not, they will vote one day. And they will remember the things you do now will never be erased. Your vote is public, and we will remember the things you do. You want to take pictures on Cinco de Mayo with them and use them for political platform? Not okay. Vote yes and support Carrasco and Arenas.
Carlos Ariola.
Hello, good evening. My name is Carlos Ariola Jr., and I am a resident of District 4. I mean, I've been coming and, to this meeting. I've heard everyone's, in support in favor of Councilmember Carrasco and Arenas, and I am calling to also voice my support for Council members Carrasco and Arenas. It is unbelievable that undocumented non-citizens are not able to vote in this city. Millions of taxes are poured into the city, and yet people who work for this city, who try to afford rent in this city, who have to travel back and front and from commuting, are not able to vote. They're on the front lines of this pandemic, and you can't include a recovery from this pandemic without them. They need to voice their concerns and be able to hold.
Chris?
Hello. From the U.S. Congress Constitution, congress.gov website, 15th Amendment, the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged. The right of citizens, it can't be more clear. The Carrasco and Arenas took an oath of office to uphold the Constitution. This is a citizens' rights issue as much as it is an immigrants' rights issue. The rights of citizens to have their vote validated and not discounted by a non-citizen vote that's not right. As far as the Party for Socialism and Liberation, that's shown as a communist political party by Wikipedia. What does that tell you about this effort and their participation?
Richard Hobbs. Richard Hobbs.
Good afternoon. I'm Richard Hobbs, an immigration attorney, part of the Rapid Response Network, and executive director of Human Agenda. Pastor Jason Reynolds' prayer was a call to action for human development. In Human Agenda, we have a vision. We believe everyone should be able to participate in care work, take care of their loved ones, but undocumented immigrants cannot even live with their parents, with their spouses, and with their children because they cannot petition for them. We believe in dignified labor, but undocumented immigrants cannot work legally. We believe in lifelong learning, but undocumented immigrants cannot even fill out the FAFSA. We believe, finally, that undocumented immigrants should have the right to democratic participation, and yet they have no voice and they have no vote. We support the memo.
John B.
Hi, I'm John Burke. I'm a voting member of I'm part of District 3. I vote District 3. And I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. I strongly support the memo from Council members Carrasco and Arenas on expanding voting rights to everyone living in San Jose, expanding the voting power to all residents, the racial and social justice issue. The history of excluding immigrants and marginalized people from voting comes from the legacy of white supremacy. San Jose must do its part to end voting exclusion and expand the voting power to all residents. We also support the memo from the mayor and council to change the time of the mayoral on the June ballot. And finally, we as surge members insist that the council commit to giving full consideration about police oversight. Thank you.
Julia Curry. Julia?
Sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Julia Curry. I'm a professor of Chicana and Chicano Studies at San Jose State and a resident of District 6. I have lived and voted and paid taxes in San Jose since 2000. I also am an activist scholar who has advocated for the rights of various people in this community. I support expanding the voting rights to non-citizen residents so they can engage in the same kind of civic participation that many people wish to engage in. We are today on the eve of the birthday of Dr. Martin Luther King, who advocated for the right to vote for people that were born and enslaved in the United States. This is a time when San Jose can take a step to the future. Thank you.
Rita Beretta. Rita?
Buenas tardes. Sí, buenas tardes.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Rita Birrueta. As a community leader and member of my neighbor associations, I have lived for over 30 years in San Jose and 28 in the District 7. I am here supporting the memorandum of Council members Carrasco and Arena. The minority communities would need to have a voice and vote and have to take part in the decisions of the laws that impact San Jose and be able to decide how their taxes are being used, those resources and spaces in an equitable way for all the residents. Amplify the vote to people that are not residents is to respect their rights as taxpayers and to be able to elect their representatives. San Jose has to be an example, a leader of the country. So more communities also take this into consideration and serve as an example.
Melissa James. Melissa James.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
As a first generation Mexican American, I do not support the right to extend the right to vote to non-citizens. San Jose is inclusive as it accepts all. Having the right to vote is given to natural-born U.S. citizens and immigrants who have taken the proper steps to be naturalized by learning the U.S. Constitution and laws. It is unconstitutional for non-citizens to vote. The U.S. is a republic and not a democracy.
Okay, Gloria La Riva. Gloria? Okay, Hector. Hector?
Me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sí, mi nombre es Héctor Rincón.
My name is Hector Rincon. I have lived in San Jose almost 20 years. And I want to request the members of the city to expand the voting rights to all residents of the city of San Jose, regardless the commentation. Most of the residents of San Jose are working class and we're hardworking and we have the right to vote, and not letting us vote and to not giving us the right to vote It is denying a basic right for a worker that dedicates his life, his work for the well-being of the community and benefit of the big companies. So I want to call out to everybody that has helped and to acknowledge this right and to continue fighting, because if we don't give that right, it would be necessary to use the economic power of the working class. Thank you.
Araceli Gutierrez.
Hello, my name is Araceli. I am a DACA recipient, resident of San Jose for over 30 years. The message is simple as no taxation without representation. For those of you who call yourselves patriots, citizens, and proud Americans, you should know, and especially the mayor and the members of the council, you should know the weight of those words. Undocumented workers contribute billions in taxes every year. And we also, it's undeniable that we are also contribute to the wealth and cultural richness of this city. I am in full support of the Arenas Carrasco memo to expand the voting power to all residents of San Jose. Thank you.
Caller 3997, press *6 to unmute.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Rosa Cordova, and I'm a Luna organizer. I have lived in San Jose during several years, and I'm here supporting to expand voting rights to everybody that lives in San Jose, to have a San Jose more inclusive with deeper democracy and just. I want to guarantee that everybody has the power to vote in local elections. It's not fair that residents that are not citizens pay taxes, but they have to have a very limited power, and they're not able to pick their representatives. Expand the vote is going to have a positive impact in all the communities. The immigrants in San Jose are ethnic and diverse group, and we need to end taxation without representation in our city and expand voting rights. Thank you.
Yusuf Labib.
Yusuf.
Yes, hello. I wanted to express my support for expanding the right to vote. I think, well, you all have an obligation to improve the community as a collective. And when we look at improving the community as a collective, we have to look at improving the lives of individuals, especially those who already face the most difficulty. The fear that a lot of fake progressives like Cohen have is understandable, given that the communities they have betrayed won't want to vote for them if they had the right to vote. But you only further your predicament if you vote against this. The narrative of immigrants conveniently ignores that white people are immigrants, and they came and occupied this land initially. Expand the right to vote to all who are directly impacted by the votes made. Thank you.
Sandra?
Yes, thank you to the council and the Charter Commission members. There are many recommendations that the Charter Commission has made. However, the more items that are placed in one measure on the ballot, the more likely it will not pass, in my opinion. Personally, I will not vote for any measure that contains rank voting, as it would allow candidates that do not receive the majority of first place votes to win an election. Nor will I vote for any measure that would allow non-citizens to vote in our elections, in spite of our family having included immigrants. Others may feel the same way about other recommendations. It is my suggestion that you limit the charter changes to the must changes that are likely to pass, or that you separate the recommendations on the ballot. Thank you.
Anastasia?
Hola, buenas
Hi,
tardes.
good afternoon. My name is Anastasia, and I'm a
Community Pasos and Sagrado Corazón. I'm a leader in the movement of Papers for All of You, Papeles para Todos. I have lived and worked in San Jose for many years, and I'm here to support the memorandum of Carrasco and Arenas. It is time that San Jose will join the movement for a more profound democracy and expand the power of voting rights to all the residents, including the non-citizens. I'm happy that will be recognized that right to vote in my city and to see that change in my community, my immigrant community as well. We pay taxes and we have that right to vote as well. Please expand the right to vote to all the residents of San Jose with or without documents, legal documents. Thank you.
Christian Lopez.
Hi, good night. So I grew up here in San Jose, went to middle school, high school, and went to San Jose State University just recently. I'm a citizen of District 10, also undocumented. And just recently I was fortunate enough to be able to buy a home here in District 10. So, pay a lot of taxes, and it just feels not fair that there's, can't voice my concern or just things that happen in the city. So just would like to say that I strongly recommend that you support the measure, just because I know that my story is not unique and there are more, there's others like me out there. And just want to do comment real quick on some misinformation that's being spread that this is not allowed on the federal level. That is correct. We cannot vote for president or vice president. But if you do a quick Google search of the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigration Responsibility Act of 1996, Section A, you'll see that we actually can vote at the state constitution level.
Karina Herrera Laura.
Good evening. My name is Corina Herrera Loera, and I serve as a trustee for the Allen Rock Union Elementary School District. I am the proud daughter of immigrants who came to this country to have a better future for my family and mutually positively contributed to our country in many ways, including picking the foods that many of us have eaten, paying taxes, and supported all their children to obtain a college degree and now serve as professionals. I am proud of our city leaders and wholeheartedly support this recommendation from council members Arenas and Carrasco to expand the voting rights to all residents in our city. It is important that all who contributed to our city, including all immigrants, have a say as to who represents us. I want to thank each and every one of the Charter Review Commissioners, the mayor, council members for your service and listening to your constituents this evening. Thank you.
Valentin. Valentin.
Hello.
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 ¿Sí me escuchan?
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Sí. Yes.
Okay, yo soy Valentin.
So I'm Valentin. I'm a resident over here in the city of San Jose, and I'm in favor of the voting right to immigrants. I have a small business, and I pay a lot of taxes as well. And I see that other business owners are not able to vote, and they as well pay taxes as well. For me, it will be really important, this decision. So in that way, it will be approved at the 3.4 point that the council member Magdalena Carrasco to expand the voting rights to the non-citizens that live here in San Jose.
Celia.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre
Hi,
es
good afternoon. My name is Celia Alvarez, and I'm a resident of San Jose almost for 30 years. I'm a mother of 2 young adults, and I'm here to support with all my heart the memorandum of Council Carrasco and Arenas. I do believe that if we say that we are a country, a democratic country, we have to show it up to expand the right to vote to all the residents of San Jose, no matter what their legal status. I think that we all contribute, we all support the enrichment of this country. In many ways, we pay our taxes. We obey the laws, and in a deep democracy, we have the right to vote, to be able to elect our government and those proposals that benefit all our communities, because we are not only Latin Americans, we are Hindus, immigrants of all the world.
Zulema Avalos. Zulema. One last call for Zulema Avalos.
Yes. ¿Me escuchan?
Yes, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hola.
Okay, so hi, good afternoon. My name is Zulema Avalos, and I'm a leader of Vecinos Activos of Somos Mayfair. I live and work here in San Jose for more than 18 years. I'm here to ask the support of the power of voting right for all the people of San Jose, for that to be approved. We want that to have a more inclusive and democratic San Jose, and racially fair and just to all. We contribute to the economy. We pay our taxes like any other citizen. We should have the vote right for our own representation. Please expand the legal right to vote to all the residents of San Jose. Thank you to all of you.
David Beanie.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here representing the over 35,000 members of the Santa Clara and San Benito Counties Building and Construction Trades Council. The livelihoods of these members and all others who live and work in San Jose are directly impacted by the policies and actions of the San Jose City Council. The mayorship itself has enormous influence on these policies and actions. In order to provide the best opportunity for our mayors to be elected by the most diverse and largest number of voters, it's critical to hold these elections on the cycle that provides the most voter turnout. And that cycle, as we know, is found by shifting the mayoral election 2 years to match the presidential election. As other states and municipalities around the country are moving to restrict voting, we expect the elected officials of San Jose to seek and implement opportunities to see that more voters are heard and counted. This is such an opportunity, and I urge you to embrace it. Thank you.
Juan Lujano.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi there, my name is Juan Angel Lujano, and I am with Somos Mayfair. I'm a community organizer with them, and I have lived in San Jose for over 25 years. I support the expanding of voting power to everybody living in San Jose. The road to a more inclusive, democratic, and racially just San Jose starts with ensuring that everybody has the power to vote in local elections. Immigrants are the backbone of this city, and they alone account for millions of dollars in taxes every year. And the fact that they're not represented, in my opinion, is unjust. And that's why I'm here to support expanding the voter power to everybody living in San Jose. Thank you.
Maricela Lechuga.
Maricela Lechuga, attorney
Maricela Lechuga.
in Eastside San Jose. I'm also a board member of La Raza Lawyers. I'm here as an individual today, not on behalf of my employer. I fully support ending the political disenfranchisement of undocumented residents living in our city. And I'm very disappointed in Councilmember David Cohen's excuse for why he's not supporting this. I think it's very cowardly and shows a lack of leadership when you give the excuse of bureaucracy and the fact that this didn't go through rules committee. That really shows a lack, that it's a cowardly response. Leaders need to act swiftly, think on their feet, and not be so bureaucratic. Lives are on the line, and we don't have time to wait. Thank you.
M.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for calling on me. Oppose the expansion of voting rights to non-citizens and would like to retain the citizenship on boards and commissions as they stand now. It's unfair to allow citizens to vote, especially because they have the right to become citizens and gain that right. Part of the process of becoming a citizen, in addition to studying for it, is to pledge allegiance to America. We still have a lot of people in the globe who hate America, and several coworkers have told me they obtained their citizenship within about 2 years' time. As for race, we do not exclude anybody based on race from voting.
Maria Bedola.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I'm here speaking on behalf of myself and not any employer. I'm here to express my support to the memo to expand the access to vote to non-citizens. For those who oppose it, I do want to point you towards the fact that this has been done before. It was actually done in San Francisco a couple years ago, so it's not illegal, and it's actually the differentiation is between federal and municipal elections. So yes, non-citizens cannot vote in federal elections, but that can be expanded to city elections. So that's important to note. And also just for everyone to continue to organize and remain engaged. These next coming elections are going to be very important, and we need to stay organized and united. Thank you.
Jesus Flores.
Yes, hello. Honorable Mayor Licardo and council members. My name is Jesus Flores. I am Executive Director of the Latino Business Foundation Silicon Valley. Today, I am speaking as an individual and on my own behalf. I am calling in full support of expanding the voting rights to all San Jose residents, as stated in the memo drafted by Councilmember Carrasco and Arenas. As stated on their memo, we believe that in a true democracy, all members of society should have the right to vote in their local elections in order to be an inclusive and truly democratic society. Today, you have the opportunity to make history by siding with justice and to empower thousands of individuals who contribute to our community every single day. Mayor Licardo and council members, we urge you to support the opportunity for all residents to vote in municipal elections. Thank you.
Labor Dad.
Hola, hoy nomás quiero decir
Today, I just want to say that I'm thankful. I'm so thankful to Carrasco for that she's doing on behalf of all, and to David, the one that is representing to all of us. And as well, don't forget this today, you're turning your back to all Latin Americans of your district. You didn't care about it. Sam, you forgot your Spanish and your cowboy boots. I hope that you wait and hold for you, but into Raul, don't forget about your roots. Amaya and all of you that don't sell yourself like Trump, or the Trump favor David. He's a Trump.
Jacqueline Mora.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Mora. I'm the coordinator of Sacred Heart Community Service. I live in San Jose for over 25 years. I support and expanding voting power to everyone living in San Jose. The road that more exclusive, democratic, and racially just San Jose start with ensures that everyone has the power to vote in local elections. Por favor, les pedimos que hagan que nuestro voto
Please,
cuente.
we do ask you that take a vote into account, that our voice is heard to all our families and communities. Magdalena Carrasco. Arena, Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to interrupt for just a moment, Tony, because I know we've got we announced we would close public comment at 6 o'clock. So I'm going to say that Adriana is the last person I see listed here with her hand up. She'll be the last speaker. That will enable us to be able to wrap up and also to deal with a couple scheduling issues before we break. So para todos, Adriana es la última.
For all, Adriana will be the last member of the public that will be able to give public comment. We're going to conclude public comment at 6 o'clock after Adriana. Thank you.
Mariana Mejia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Mariana Mejia. I'm here with the Berryessa Flea Market Vendor Association, also with Papeles para Todos, Citizenship for All. I'm here with the rest of the speakers, just advocating with everybody the importance of having a vote for everybody. I'm a resident here for District 4, and I won the opportunity for one day to vote for my representative. I know from 2020, I saw the empowerment that vendors and immigrants had speaking at the city council, and they'll have the opportunity to actually vote for the representative will not only empower our city, but it will also bring more equitable justice and wealth to our beautiful San Jose. You know, San Jose is a melting pot, and this not only affects Latinos, it affects Chinese, Hindu, Vietnamese, every single one. So I approve with Magdalena's memo, and I hope you vote.
Brenda Doman.
Hi, yes, I was surprised to hear that the city council was voting on this item today. It's a big surprise. I'm opposed to it. I believe it's tantamount to having foreigners take over our city. This is America, and when you become an American citizen, you earn the right to vote. Anyone can become an American citizen. They can even work with nonprofits to help them become an American citizen. It doesn't take that long. It's not that difficult. Many people have done it, and then you get to vote. But I still believe that voting should be done by American citizens, and that you take an oath and, you know, support the US Constitution when you vote.
Maria.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Maria. I'm from the organization Luna. I live and work in San Jose for more than 10 years. I do support the expansion of the voting rights for all the people here in San Jose. The road to a more inclusive San Jose, democratic and racially just. It will begin with guaranteeing that we all have the right to vote on the local elections. It is unfair that all the residents are not able to take decisions over the city that we live. Since we pay taxes, we work here, and we contribute to the local economy. Thanks to all of us, you have been able to build up your richness and wealth. We contribute with our taxes, and we should be able to have be able to take decisions and the measurements and local matters of local. We need representation on the city.
Maria Fuentes.
Hello, good evening. My name is Maria Fuentes, and I was one of the commissioners. And first of all, I deeply appreciate that Councilwoman Carrasco and Arenas took the initiative to place this item on today's agenda. Our commission worked endlessly hard for 11 months to address the issues of inequities in our community. And to have this being discussed tonight is very rewarding to our work, and also in our desire to bring more justice and fairness to the city of San Jose, which has grown in inequities over the last 50 years that I have lived here, as one example. So again, thank you for this, and I hope that the mayor and the city council will unanimously endorse this initiative. Thank you.
Tim Clausen.
Yeah, hi, I'm here surprised, like Brenda mentioned earlier, that this is on the agenda tonight and that the public wasn't made aware of it. Seems like a lot of things get slid under the radar. I oppose this. I really believe that in a true democracy, it should be that legal Americans should be the ones that are voting in our cities, not people that are undocumented and here under the radar. I encourage everyone to go out and get citizenship through the path legally, but I don't believe that our council should be voting to allow undocumented, illegal people to vote on policies that shape our city. I, again, encourage people to go get citizenship, but come here legally, but do not expect to have a right to vote in an American democracy. Thank you.
Brian.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I'm glad you didn't catch what I just said. Mr. Mayor, this is Brian Darby. Some of you know me. How is a person, a human being, an image bearer of God, illegal? I'm trying to figure that out. Scratch my head at that. I understand what people are saying. I'm ambivalent, but can we find another phrase? Words are important. These people who come here who have issues with their documentation, they're not illegal people. There's no such thing as an illegal person. We live on this pale blue dot, and we better start learning to live together because it's all we got. Thank you. Thank you for all you do.
Todd W.
Hi, I too am surprised by this being dropped in the 11th hour. It seems also suspect that people are unaware of this, yet there's a bunch of supporters that somehow got the word while others did not get the word. I keep hearing people referred to as citizens or residents, but the real term is illegal immigrant because they're not here legally. And I too encourage people to take the path towards citizenship and earn the right to vote. That's it. This is ridiculous. Thank you.
Adriana.
Good evening. My name is Adriana Garcia. I am a member of MAIS. I live in District 7 in San Jose and hope and expect that Maya Esparza will support this memo through her staff and budget. I support expanding the voting power to everyone living in San Jose, the road to a more inclusive and democratic. San Jose starts with ensuring everyone has the power to vote locally. We need to ensure that as people contribute socially and culturally, economically, that they can also support politically. I'm wondering, does the millions of dollars that non-citizens contribute in the city pay for salaries of City of San Jose employees on top of city council members? And instead, it would be the right thing to do for local elected officials to pass this memo. As a family member who belongs to a mixed family of 6, it would allow 2 more of my family members to vote in local elections on top of the 4. Supporting the U.S. Constitution means being inclusive and democratic. Being an elected official obliges you to support such inclusive democratic.
Back to council.
Thank you. And thank you to all the members of the community who waited patiently to participate and expressed their strong views on these very important issues. I appreciate this is an area, or many of these areas are areas where there are very strong feelings. I wanted to recognize that apparently from the Rules Committee, we've got time certain set for 2 items at 6 o'clock. That would then require us to both not take a break and to interrupt our current item to go hear those land use items. So I would certainly entertain a motion to alter the rules of the day that would enable us to resolve this. Well, I imagine to the extent folks want to take a break, whether that's 30 minutes or 60, whatever, I don't really mind. Happy to take a 30-minute break, but I suspect people want to get something to eat. and then we can resume our work. So I'll leave it to my colleagues to make a motion. See, Councilmember Jimenez, you had your hand up first, but I'm not sure if it was for this or something else.
Well, Mayor was speaking of this item, but as it relates to a break, I think 30 minutes would be sufficient for me. So I'd make a motion to take a 30-minute break.
And I think we would need something with regard to the time certain for the 6 o'clock items, the 2 items.
So it would be, would it be appropriate then to say a 30-minute break and at 6:30 then taking those items, or do we need to take those items now? I guess I'm curious as to the protocol.
We can change the orders of the day. It's up to us.
Okay, so let's, you know, the motion will be to recess until 6:30 and upon return, take those items before we go down the path of discussing this particular item.
Okay.
I'll second.
Second, there is a second. All right, any discussion on that motion? All right, let's vote.
Mayor, if we could also
Councilman Crosco?
oh, I'm sorry, Mayor, if we could just, I don't know if the translator is saying it in Spanish for all our viewers.
Let's confirm. He just nodded his head.
Oh, thank you.
Great. All right, thank you. Okay, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yeah.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, with that, let's take a break at now and we'll return at 6:30. And I want to thank everyone for their patience. All the members of the community have been waiting. And I know Fred has also been waiting. Fred, we promise we'll get to this. Thank you all.